Wham Jam, number, technically 10, part 2. We're doing it again. Technically number 13. Who cares about numbers, though? It's time. Obi-Wan, part 2. But also, before we do Obi-Wan, part 2, we're gonna talk some more about aliens. Whose idea was this?
Mine.
Alright, Mortis, why don't you present this, this little game we're gonna do?
So, a few weeks back, I was just chilling, looking at random videos and
Like a
stuff,
villain.
and I saw a video talking about Ben 10, and I was like, "Oh man, Ben 10 was great." And then my brain was like, "Yo, what would my Omnitrix look like with all the aliens I could think of?" And then I told them, and I said, "We're doing this," and they said, "Damn, what if I don't want to?" And I said, "Well, too bad, you're going to."
I didn't say that. I'm eager to accept any hypothetical. Uh, and so that's what we did. We got 10 aliens. Now, notably, we all approached this slightly differently. We all had our own personal, I would say, stipulations that we added to our Johns. Some of us, I guess this is a just general question to the two of you. Did either of you actually pick an alien from Ben 10? Because it wasn't not allowed.
No,
No, that's
didn't-
basic bitch
didn't
shit.
want.
Okay, yeah.
I didn't
So,
want any of them.
for example, as an example, I'm pretty sure even our lovely Shadow Monarch also did not choose anything from the series itself.
Listen, I'm still just upset you guys wouldn't let me be the meteor that killed the dinosaurs.
That's not
Because
alien.
it's listen, that's just a
define
rock.
alien for me, and then also define alive.
Sentient.
Define
It can
That
make
rock knew what it was
choices.
doing.
It can make
All rocks would know
choices.
what
How
they're
do you
doing.
know? Have you asked it?
That means
Yes.
all rocks would know what you're doing.
They
And
do.
yes, we
because
probably-
they're
and
sitting there,
technically we-
absorbing
and that-
warmth.
And technically, we could ask that rock because it's still here. It landed on the planet and still here, somewhere. Just go outside and touch some grass, and then whisper gently to it, "Did you kill the dinosaurs on purpose?"
Yeah,
Damn
no.
And
straight.
then when you hear the wind howl back, "What if I did?"
Fuck
Then you
those
know your
dinosaurs.
answer. So, I think to make this a little more fun, we shouldn't do all 10 of our entries at once in parts. I really just think we just go down our list. We just pick.
Oh, I did. Yeah, I did a top 10 list from 10 to 1.
Yeah. I did not order mine. I wrote them down as I thought of them, but some of the later ones that I had a lot of time to contemplate on whether or not I want to put on the list, I think are more surprising than the ones on the top. So,
Yeah.
I wrote mine down as I came up with them, but then I rearranged a couple of them because of the fact that I was like, you know what? Some of these are mostly because I think the last one is going to surprise you guys.
ooh.
1 second before you say anything. Say things.
So you like back
Okay.
slightly away from the mic.
Most certainly.
Sorry.
Thank you.
I was adjusting our server because of the fact we were in automatic, which has a tendency, since I'm the one that starts the calls, to put us in central, but I have the best internet, so it's best for it to be in the east.
How dare you?
It's
You're
true.
lucky we in a heat wave.
You're lucky we in the heat wave where I'd walk over there and smack you. Anyway, Maurice.
What?
Yes. One of your 10, please.
Yes. My number 10 pick for my top 10 aliens for my Omnitrix is Experiment 626. I want to be Stitch.
You see, I was tempted by that one too, but I was worried that someone would be like, well, you don't get to choose which experiment number you are.
See, that's what I was thinking as well until I came to the conclusion. Each of them are made differently, so they're each their own individual species.
They are, in fact, built different.
That's
Yeah.
And I'm built incorrectly.
Now,
You're like
I guess the
6'4".
obvious question, the implication for this answer is obvious. I'm gonna ask anyway. Why not 624 or 625?
Because 626 is still my personal favorite. I love Stitch. I love the fact that he is a certain, like, his abilities is just all around good for combat. He gets 2 extra arms, and he's just my favorite.
Having at least one armed creature was on my list of things to do.
Yeah.
I didn't go through with it, but it was on my list of things to do.
Okay, so then what alien can you tell us that you picked?
One of the ones I chose, which I'll go with number 10, especially because I feel like there might be some pushback for this one that I will vehemently disagree with. A D&D changeling.
Ah. Now, actually, if not sure if he's actually watching the stream right now, but I workshopped a couple of these aliens with Daniel, and he also looked into D&D characters, specific races, I should say. The changelings, where do they come from, and what constitutes their alienness in this example?
The fact that every race in D&D is an alien race.
Even the humans?
Even the humans.
True. Yeah, it's
The
true.
lore behind D&D is actually that it is a parallel universe, to the point that like all of the Greek, Roman, pantheon gods have played a part in Dungeons and Dragons history. So it is
Yeah.
just another dimension,
So yeah,
Okay.
I
which
agree
would
with
constitute them all being aliens. But
Yeah.
I wanted to do at least one. I only wanted to do one thing from each property that I went with, and I'm like, in D&D of all of them, changeling.
that. Changeling. Yeah, I can see that. I can agree with this.
Mostly because of the fact that I was like, I could go with one of the demons, but a lot of well, not demons, devils, but a lot of them are fucked up for reasons.
But good reasons.
They're all the Celestials, but that just sounds like a lot of work. Changeling though, Changeling got potential.
That's right. They're simple, but versatile.
That and I like the whole just I'm able to change my appearance stuff, because low effort jacked. I could just be me but strong.
Yes. I'm not sure if you chose this psychologically. I know you just explained your logistical reasons for choosing Changeling, but I also remember that race and their general description has a thing of mild imposter syndrome, where they'll choose a form that exemplifies traits and qualities that they want to be and not necessarily what they are, especially if they ever revert back to their natural changeling state.
Well, I also have a significant amount of body dysmorphia.
Yeah.
There's no idea.
And so the ability to actually change the way that I look would be like, haha, you're wrong, body and mind. I don't look
Not
like that.
whatever I
See,
wanna
I
be.
get to choose.
The hard part's gonna be I'm not good at character designing, so I'm still look a fool.
Just looking like those people who do like the oil injections instead of being jacked.
Yeah, I respect it. I respect it.
Just-
No, I'll
just
probably just
actually-
like, I want to be me, but I also want the body of Francis Ngannou.
Why not?
with just your head on Francis Ngannou.
Well, maybe a couple of
Hey,
other
yes.
different things.
And yes, stream, he is saying the entire look and make of Francis Ngannou.
Well, I can't do the entire look and make of Francis Ngannou.
You are. You're a changeling now.
Well,
Yeah,
I don't.
It's like Francis.
I would
Well,
rather.
Of course.
I would rather not do
Dr.
blackface.
Dr. Umar Johnson is going to be looking at you quite sus.
No, I don't want to do blackface. I just
I'm
just
sorry,
want his
it's not what
body.
you want.
Uh,
Look,
actually,
you're a
thank you for
changeling,
saying.
Blackface.
Thank you for saying that word. That's a great transitional joke. When doing this entire experiment, chat, people watching the YouTubes, the entire
Anyone.
premise of the Ben 10 show is that Ben transforms physically into the aliens across the universe, but still is mostly just him. There are some notable examples where his personality changes, which also might be problematic. When I say the phrase, Ben has been blackfacing the entire show.
Oh, this is what we're getting into.
So
I mean,
I
it's
just
not an
want y'all
untrue
to stew on that a little bit as I talk about my alien, to piggyback off of you and the ability to transform in a way, shape, or form. This is not going to be surprising to Maurice. I'm a Cybertronian.
Ooh.
I'd like to actually live out the life of my OC, Locomotive, the Hispanic homicidal maniac freight train of a Decepticon.
Choo-choo.
Choo.
Yeah, that's one of them. So, Maurice, another one, please.
Yes. My number 9 pick for aliens I'm gonna transform into is the Asari from Mass Effect, because I was like, I need an alien that has psychic abilities.
Okay. Yeah.
Also, I get to be a gorgeous woman. Why the fuck not?
Right. That's fair. Nothing but positives around here.
There's nothing but positives.
Kaiser.
I think mine was also one that I feel like anybody could have guessed I was gonna choose. A member of Yoda's species.
Yeah, I was thinking about
Oh,
that
They are
because
a
all
baby
they're
Yoda.
naturally force sensitive, right?
they're all naturally not only just good with the Force, but they're also all naturally on the good side. Sorry, the
Is
light
it for
side of
now?
the Force.
For now.
Well, no, it's a part of their lore is that none of them are
For
even.
now.
Listen, if Disney changes that, well, they technically already started
Maybe
changing it with
Grogu
fucking.
has no regard for life.
Grogu doesn't have any regard for life. You try to fucking choke the shit out of Cara Dune. That's her
Cara
name.
Dune.
He got no regard for life. That Grogu is shaking up the formula right now.
I don't like talking about Disney Star Wars.
Well, we're
Don't
done
get
because
me started on the Mandalorian.
Listen, we're
because
getting there. We're about
now
to
it's
talk about
Cowboy.
Obi-Wan later.
Don't
It's a
get
great,
me started on the Mandalorian.
it's a great transitional piece. But I respect the choice to be a member of Yoda species. I thought about it as well. Mainly because I want to be force sensitive. That's kind of cool. But I thought against it. I knew that one of us would.
It was me.
It was me, Austin, all along.
So let me see. Since you're both picking space people, I was initially going to pick something that piggybacked off of specifically the Asari, but instead I'm gonna go with something absolutely different. Doctor Who's Time Lords.
Mmm.
I
That's
want to know
good.
what
That's
it's like
good.
to die 13 times.
That's good,
That is a
Thomas.
joke.
That's good.
I
That
want
might
to
be
know what it's
so
like.
good.
I just want to know what it's like to have wildly different personality changes during those births of recycling.
Oh
That
man,
part is particularly fascinating to me.
I feel like I might have to change one now since one has already been taken.
You've also chosen the Time Lords.
I've also chosen the Time Lords, but that's why I had a backup from Doctor Who.
Nice. Actually, why don't you just tell us their backup now?
It is your turn,
Because
after all.
it's slightly out of order, but sure, I don't care. Fuck it. I chose a weeping angel.
Ooh,
I want to be the monster
Lord, how do you move? Must you
when there
always
ain't
be
looking.
observed? What?
No, the weeping angels
Wait,
can move
sorry, must be
freely until the
unobserved.
last. Yep. So if
Good
no one's looking at
Lord.
me, peekaboo, it's me.
But
And
this
they
is
instant kill people. They're
that's true.
indestructible.
That's also true. Yeah, I mean, sure, you say indestructible, but like, what if you're driving
Did I
and
turn
someone
one?
just sees you,
Well, the
but
car.
you
Well,
need
the
to make
car's
a
crashing.
turn?
Well, the car's crashing. I don't know what to tell you. Look,
So
it's not my
inconvenient.
problem. Well, look, it's for me to insta work because I can send someone back in time
Sure.
if I want to. I could also just end their life.
Fair. Absolutely fair.
I do gotta say, the most horrifying thing about a weeping angel is even if you're in a completely different timeline, if you produce a picture of a weeping angel, that weeping angel will show up.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's the
The
part that
reason why
fucked
I
me up.
chose this
Yeah,
one,
it's badass.
the reason why I chose this one because it might have also already been on the list, is the fact that I wanted something spooky like ghost food. And I was like, even angels spooky as shit, and I love them.
Oh yeah. By far, I think still my favorite Doctor Who monster. All right, what you got for us, Kaiser?
Sorry, I'm gonna pull back up my list. Ah, yes, that was my next one. My next one, continuing in my nerddom,
Yes.
is a Lord of the Rings Maya, which is what Gandalf and Saruman are.
Ah, the
And
angels.
McNeil's?
Yeah.
So, are you gonna start gray robed or black robed or some other not all
Technically they all have colors, so I don't know, probably orange or something.
I'm gonna fit your ass in the blue. How about that?
Already too blue.
You got, according to your very angy avatar for Wham here, you know, a purple robe would suit you quite nicely.
Purple is an option that is available. I will take the purple wizard.
Okay, so it looks like we're going with some mildly destructible, hyper powerful things this go around.
Hey, as a wizard, I am perfectly killable.
The first time.
Sure, respawn.
The first time. Now, this one I see nothing but raw upside, and this is actually the one that piggybacks off of the Asari because they're all women. A crystal gem.
Yeah,
I want
there
to
it
be a
is.
lesbian rock. That sounds dope.
That sounds
Are you
dope.
saying it would rock?
Yes. I get a
Yes,
body,
it
a
is.
hard light, choose whatever weapon I want, and I get to change my form at will. Best part is I get to do what is totally not sex with my favorite partner and become an even greater being. Where is the downside? There is no downside, chat. Don't worry about
There is no downside.
it.
Is it my turn?
Mhm.
All right. While I was making this list, I was thinking of stuff that I want. One of them was I want to be bigger than a planet.
Respect.
So I picked Galactic. And as
Yeah.
Galactus, I am the biggest planet.
Yeah. No, you are large and in charge.
I'm just looking around thinking, what I might eat? Maybe
Planet.
Jupiter. Jupiter looks tasty.
And Jupiter does have a lot of moons, so that's a little extra crunch. Although I'm not exactly sure how the universe would handle Jupiter suddenly missing.
Now I got Sandbox. I got a Universe Simulator. I can check it out later.
What about you guys?
Well, I'll
You got
piggyback
anything?
off of Galactus,
Okay, here we
and
go.
I will say a Faultine or Faultine, whatever the fuck you want to pronounce it, from Marvel.
Oh.
Do you remember what
Now,
those are?
yes, of course, always run it by the chat. We know what Galactus is. Giant planet-eating man thing. In
So,
art.
a Faultine is what Dormammu is. They're basically beings of a different dimension that also can go into the dark world. Sorry, dark dimension. And they're just these hyper powerful beings of energy made out of magic.
Yeah,
Fun.
real dope. You would actually be uh, probably looking a little more like Dormammu and probably less like his niece. Which also implies Dormammu has family, which is something that just doesn't feel right.
I'm pretty sure he has a sister too.
Yeah, it
I
just
mean,
doesn't feel
that's
right.
I'm about to say that's where the niece came from, most likely.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Uh, so since you two went with very powerful beings, I did not pick anything on the level of cosmic horror or dimensional cosmic horror. I did pick something that counts, even in the universe.
Like 1, 2, 3, or
Uh, Marvin the Martian.
There it is. I was like, someone's picking Marvin. I
Oh,
don't know
Looney
who.
Tune. And all the bells and whistles that come with it, baby. I can tell you, this is one of the later entries. This is the one that I found out maybe like 2 hours ago. And when I thought it, I was like, there's no way I'm passing this up. I gotta do it. And, you know, I now just thought of it as a random benefit. Might be able to slot up on that Martian Queen. But we'll see.
See, I was thinking of taking that one for the same exact reason, but then I was like, I don't think I can compete with Duck Dodgers of the 24th and a half century.
Listen, don't be in the 24th and a half century. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. For me, my next spot was taken up by something I was like, all right, to keep rounding out my team, I need an assist character. And I was like, who's the best assist character out there? So I picked the symbiote.
The
I'm gonna
Marvel
turn to
thing,
black.
right? Okay.
Yep, I'm gonna turn to black goo, and someone's gonna wear me.
Yeah. Huh. Uh, Now, again, workshopping a lot of things with Daniel, he also thought of the symbiote and he asked the very logistical question: what would happen if the Omnitrix timer ran out while I was attached to someone? Fortunately, for anybody
I was
else
just gonna be
wondering,
hugging you.
yes, that is a way it could happen. But the more to the series way things could go down, symbiotes work very similar to upgrade. And when upgrade is still wrapped around something and the timer runs out, it's just Ben like the collision physics turn on and he pops right out.
Yeah. Here we go. I'm Gucci out here.
Yeah, I think that's great.
Yeah, that's my assist.
So I think my D&D change ring counts as my assist.
It
Sure.
is. It's a great
And
assist.
my next one, is- I think I'm allowed to specify this part just a little bit. Um, a Necron Lord from Warhammer 40k.
Ah, there's a Warhammer 40k entry. All right, let us know what the Necron does.
All right, so the best way to describe the Necrons is just their meme thing. They are alien robot zombies with laser guns. That's honestly the most accurate way to describe them. They are a race of beings that used to sorry, they went to war with the entire universe, including their own gods, and they won. But in the process, they were turned into robots, which that was the thing that their gods did that then made them go, "Oh, for real? I guess we're fighting you too then. Put up them hands, dog!"
Run them.
And after they defeated their gods, they kind of looked around, and another race in 40k was starting to become pretty big. And that race was the Eldar. And they went, man, we just kicked the shit out of not only our gods, but the gods of those motherfuckers right there. I don't fucking wanna. And they went to bed.
Yeah.
They literally buried themselves in the mantles of a bunch of different planets.
Yeah, that sounds nap time. Rest is important.
Yeah, it was nap time.
Go sleep, sleep.
And
They
so
pulled their Tommy Pickles.
And so they did, and then the Silent King, the one of the Necrons who made the decision, yes, we're gonna do this thing that turns us into robots, because it was done willingly, but just so everyone is aware, basically the lower the rank you are in the Necrons, the less of a soul you have. And only
You get more of a soul.
get promoted, which doesn't happen often.
Damn.
Oh man.
And that's why I said a Necron Lord, because I'm like, I don't want to be a warrior or an immortal where I have like a quarter soul. I'd like to have like at least
you want the whole span.
yeah, and I'm trying to think about how to put this. After they went to bed, the Silent King went, you know what? I don't deserve to sleep. I agreed to turn everybody into these robots, and now a solid 80% of my population has no soul. So I'm gonna just go out into space and float. And he's also called the Silent King because he doesn't speak.
How you doing, Chief?
Thanks, Black Bolt.
Haha, very funny. Except for Scarlet Witch made his mouth disappear. He'd basically be like, oh no, I still have speakers. What speakers? Oh no, now I have to use my auxiliary speakers. What auxiliary speakers? Oh no, now I have to use my tertiary speakers. I could do this all day, bitch. I am literally a robot.
He could have just punched her.
He just runs up and punches her. But
Yeah,
while
super
exploring, the Silent King discovers something that's rather important. Tyranids. And he goes, oh, that can't be allowed to, like, be around. And so he has started waking up the Necrons in order to specifically fight the Tyranids. But also, the Necrons kind of have this thing where they fight each other almost as much as they fight their enemies. And so it's a little bit difficult because the Silent King basically has to go around and bat people on the nose like, no, we fight that over there. Stop fighting your cousin.
But he kicked me when we were underground. He said he's a twitch when he naps.
Yo, he slept on his side, dog.
I just want to beat his ass.
He also
I
kept
just
clinging. He
want to
also
beat
kept
his ass.
clinging on me, saying, "I need body heat." Bitch, we're robots.
None of us have
We
body
have
heat.
internal temperature regulators.
But yeah, that's what the Necrons are. Lord is basically they're I would call
Lord's
them
the
middle.
from what I'm hearing, not to be too reductive, it sounds like Lord's the mom friend of all of the Necrons.
They're basically just like the middle rank.
Yeah.
So
That's
I think
hilarious.
it's reasonable to say Lord, not Overlord or Pharaon.
Hey, look, you pick you.
If I could, I would probably honestly say a Lich Knight, but that's just because those guys are broken.
Hey, listen, this is the Omnitrix. Be broken. Now, I guess for your purposes specifically, if we ever get our hands on the upgraded version of this watch, the Ultra Matrix, your Ultra form
Mm.
could be a Lich Knight.
Him
Now,
with the old
Lich Guard.
Lich
Lich
Guard.
guard.
So, on this general note of support and helping out the homies in any way, shape, or form, I do have an entry for this very purpose.
Oh snap!
The better way to describe them is not by their names, because I never explained these things to you. Instead, going by what they are. They are beings comprised of electromagnetic waves. Based on their naming conventions, they are presumably made of sentient radio waves. The alien races, both of them, as they share planetoids next to each other, are called F-Emians and A-Emians.
Why does it sound familiar?
It is from the Mega Man Star Force games.
There it is.
I had to throw something in here. So the entire purpose of these race of aliens is that they come to the video game series Planet Earth, and they can interact with pretty much any form of technology that uh, either can interact with radio waves and also sometimes just like your toaster. But what's more important is that they're also able to possess human beings. For the purposes of the game's story, they specifically target human beings who are in the midst of an emotional crisis and are easier to manipulate. But also our main character, just a random, also emotionally broken 12-year-old, gets to pal around with a renegade alien fighting against his own kind, and then turns the young boy into the Mega Man of that series. And that's exactly what I plan to do. I'm gonna find a child and I'm gonna conscript them to war. I joke.
Woo.
The
Hey,
the
look.
I was
coolest
about
thing.
to say you could also not do that.
That's right. The coolest thing, however, aesthetically, is that these radio beings coincidentally are based on and named after our astrological constellations. I don't know how such a coincidence happened, other than the fact that this is art. Shut up! Don't think about it. And so I don't know what I would be. Maybe running through my head real quick, trying to make sure I don't take the same constellation as another. I think I could be a bear because there's no bear, and I could just turn someone into a giant bear thing. I could turn someone who popularly wears a bear cloak as a part of the design, like Hercules does with the Nemean lion mane.
There's a few people who I cannot think of at this moment.
Like, not it's not Craven the Hunter. We'll get to it. We'll get to it later. Marcus,
Yeah, me. All right. So this next one is because Thomas stole Time Lord from me, but you know, I wanted to replace it with something else I had on the list. I wish to be a space dragon.
from Metroid.
Yep, I want to be a Ridley.
Nice.
It's the mobility, the height
Is
difference,
this
the
race
power.
actually Space Dragon?
Yes.
I thought it was a space pirate.
No.
That's
Space
his faction.
Pirates. Space Pirates are the faction that he's controls, and they look a little more crab people from South Park like.
Hmm.
But yeah, the high durability, the temperament, I'd be a great Ridley.
True.
And
And
it helps with the
and
mix
in
and matching.
And in my own fanfic writing of the race, you are naturally very sadistic. So congratulations.
What? Don't fight me. Be on my side.
Wow, a race that is got a inclining towards evil.
That's right.
Racist.
Correct.
Well, he's the only one that we know of, so
That's right. For a good reason.
it was like the Freezer race. There's no good one. Not even in a different universe.
Yep. They all seem to lean towards evil.
However,
Funnily enough, my next one on my list, because I went technically out of order. This one is actually from. This is the one that I said technically I took one from a different property every time. Because this one is from Warhammer Fantasy.
Oh.
Because technically
The fuck,
Warhammer
yeah.
Fantasy. It actually, no. Warhammer Fantasy and Warhammer 40k are happening at the exact same time.
Mm.
It's just that
They just
Warhammer
strictly missed.
Fantasy is happening on one specific planet that has no interaction with the rest of the worlds. Like, Sigmar? Fantasy became Age of Sigmar. Essentially, the human emperor was actually like, if I'm remembering what my friends told me, because I didn't read up on this lore, because I'm dyslexic and reading is hard. Sigmar was actually a space marine that fell from space, landed real fucking hard, and lost his memory. And so you just have this brute of a human who just becomes the leader of other very human-like races of people.
Yeah. Sounds about right.
And from Warhammer Fantasy, I would like to be able to become a star dragon.
Ooh.
Okay.
They are
Right.
the most powerful of the dragons, and I had a bunch of them in my Total War Warhammer 2 elves playthrough, and I loved them all. They were my children. And then I won the game, and I'm like, no, my babies though. What about my dragon?
Well, I guess I have a safe state right here that I'll never win.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys have seen me log into it.
Mm-hmm.
Just like, look at all my dragons. You
What you
also
got
saw
for us,
me
Thomas?
put them in the middle of an army, just watch that army disappear.
Yeah. What you got for us, Thomas?
You know, I have made, upon reflection of hearing both of you pick dragons this go around, I have decided to not change something to something new, rather reuse an old one that I initially thought of the very moment we had this prompt. So let me give the context.
All right.
Last couple of hours, I had changed my very first entry to Yardradians from Dragon Ball. They are a particular race that we have not met yet in the anime that taught Goku the instant transmission technique. It's
Yar
admitted,
dragons.
it's admittedly very powerful, and they themselves, once you do get to meet them, if they ever get put into anime, they're very not physically imposing people, and no other sort of mystical arts, spiritual techniques, and key manipulation. Blah 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 blah. I want to do dragons now, so my original pick, which I should have just stuck with, Namekians, because then I could make the Dragon Balls.
Yeah. I did think about putting the Namekians on the list, but my brain was like, what if I'm a warrior? Shit.
Listen,
Shit.
I'll do it all. I'll fuse with a healer that can make the Dragon Balls so we can get the stretchy arm powers, the healing regeneration, the self-healing spells, and the ability to make Dragon Balls.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And then I can hopefully run up to whatever super comic guru happens to be around and like unlock my potential, bro. Please. Bless me.
Please. I'm nailed. Open me up.
And then I would be able to dap up every single Namekian I find. Like, yo, what's good, my G? You know, we just out here staying green to get the green. You know what I'm saying?
All right. So my next one, even though Thomas already picked this one, I don't care. I want to be a transformer.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be a
Maurice and
transformer.
Thomas cut out for you too.
Decepticons for
Yeah.
life, baby.
Just, yo, look, we're going Decepticon out here. We're gonna go back to Cybertron and we're gonna make it great again.
Sorry, where are we going, Megatron?
Well, you're gonna have to deal with Savage Prime.
It's fine.
Bring his ass on. I'll die for the
That's
cause.
right.
home.
I will teabag on his Allspark.
Mm-hmm. Like when Megatron's about to
That
save his
sounds
life,
like a
I'm like, oh, hold
euphemism.
up, dog. Hold up, dog. Don't save his life yet. If we let Sentinel kill his ass, then you can blow Sentinel's head off. Bada boom, bada bam, you back in charge, Megatron.
That's right.
I got hindsight. Don't worry about it, baby. That's my name now.
Ooh, hindsight. Hola, mi amigo.
All right, Kaiser, what you got for us?
Well, not Transformers because I don't find them to be that entertaining.
Okay, G.
I chose an ethereal from XCOM.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Now, I know very little about XCOM in general. Are Ethereals the enemies that are killing all of your randomly named goons in this game mode? In this
So
game?
the
One of
ethereal
them.
are they're the big ones. They are they're the really good psychic aliens that are actually in charge of everything. Like they're the ones that send all of the other aliens to their dirty work.
Ah, smart people.
Yeah.
I respect.
And basically, unless you have the XCOM people with their fucking mind shields and their laser weapons and their intense armor, I'm gonna just be able to walk and be like, somebody be like, hand over your wallet or your keys, or you're gonna get killed. Just like mind control. What? Go home.
Go.
Not
This
even a
is
fucking
not
fight.
the.
Just fucking go home. I don't want to fucking deal with you.
This is not the you are looking for.
And then the
And
man
I
panicked,
can
runs
hear
away,
the
tornado
I can
himself.
hear the psychopaths in there. What do you mean go home? You should kill them and kill themselves. Fuck that. Do you know how much paperwork is involved with that?
Go home.
Just go home. It's
No.
faster that way.
See,
I
here's your
got
problem. You're
things
gonna
to
tell him to go
do.
home. No, see, what's gonna happen is you're gonna tell him to go home. He's gonna run, scream, get behind cover, throw a grenade at his feet, die.
Was he homeless the entire time? Why was that his response?
Because that's XCOM for you.
Oh yeah, that is true. Fuck. God damn it! Now I gotta explain to the police why a grenade went off. I didn't want this.
I want this. What you got for us, Thomas?
Oh. I going through a lot of things. One of them I haven't touched on is my own Metroid race, actually.
Oh,
Ooh, pull it in
Because
the original race.
nope, not an original, but a race that is generally underdeveloped in terms of Metroid lore. I will make it no secret. I'm trying to write a Metroid to TV screen kind of script, and I need to do a lot of research into world building. I found that the Olympic race was absolutely fascinating because they not only have developed their physiology and their entire lives to telekinetic communication, mind reading, uh, sometimes doing mild telekinesis and all that. They also spent their lives researching interdimensional travel via interdimensional travel. Pardon me, via wormholes. So that sounds like a neat neat ability to have.
That's
Just go,
neat.
that's fun.
just go. I'm here now.
Look
No
at me.
longer,
Here I
no
am.
longer will I, no longer will I have to ask, "Yo, are your parents not home?" I'll just make your parents not home and then show up
Yo,
myself.
calm down.
Look, they're not hurt. They're just
Listen,
somewhere
they're in
else.
Fiji. They're in Hawaii. They're somewhere they want to be.
Yeah. Look, hopefully their credit card.
They have Apple Pay on their phones. They're fine.
All right. Is it back to me?
It is.
All right. So my last three are completely broken things,
Ooh,
but they're out of order. But these are just the things I want. Now this one's going to be a bit ridiculous,
sure.
and that's saying much as I already picked Galactus.
Yep.
I want to be an outer god from Cthulhu's mythology.
Ooh,
I don't even care what one. Make me my own. That shit gonna be crazy.
yeah, that's
So,
outrageous.
I'm gonna,
You are beyond my comprehension as a mere mortal.
How dare
yep,
you?
I'm just gonna transform to something, and it's gonna be like that person is just going to fucking kill himself.
Yeah. And you got that.
Kaiser, did you have it as well?
My 10th one that I wasn't expecting you guys to go with was actually the Lovecraftian mythos. It's
Listen,
not.
dog, they're aliens. It'd be like
Yeah, I know. My number 10 is Cthulhu.
hey,
You want to Cthulhu? See, my first one was going to I was going to pick the Dreamer, but I was like, I don't need to accidentally dream up another universe and just pass out forever, so I'm gonna pick that.
yeah. Yeah, that's fair.
Go with the Yellow King.
Maybe look, I just didn't want to pick Cthulhu, so I said just make me my own. I'll just turn into one. And I'll do my own thing. All right, Kaiser, what's you? With Cthulhu?
I already
Yep,
said
it's
Cthulhu.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
Thomas, it's your
That's your
turn.
boy. It is
That
mine.
was going to be my number 10.
We could both be
Did
other.
not. I did not pick a being beyond. I did not pick a being
Beyond the
that is
mysterious
told.
beyond?
I did not pick a being that is told to us are beyond our mortal comprehension because we can comprehend this next one. It's small, round, and pink. It's Kirby.
I was thinking Kirby as well, but I was like, but does that count because Kirby's home planet is the home planet? There is no Earth.
Let's see. As a matter of fact, I'll agree with you. Planet Popstar is usually the main location, and he is described to be from Planet Popstar. So he is a native, not an alien at all.
Damn.
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 I can think of a new one. It's fine. So for now,
Alright.
I'll go for the less impressive ones. I while they serve very low combat function, I actually thought the Avatar Blue people, the tribe known as Na'vis, I I think they're alluring. They can
Yeah.
communicate with trees. They look like tall blue sexy elves. Sure, I'm with it. Let's do it.
I'm in. Yeah, I'm in.
While you think up your next one, let's see if I can
Oh,
get something
alright.
real nice up in here.
I already got my next one. But this one's
Never
gonna
mind.
make
I
Kaiser
know
upset.
what I want to do.
What?
No,
Oh,
well,
yeah.
I'll say it now.
Yeah.
I'll say it when it comes to my turn again.
So my number 2, I was like, all right, so we're not picking Kryptonians or Kryptonian adjacent type things. Just to keep in the spirit of things. I didn't want to pick a Sand. So I was like, what other super powerful race do I know of? So I picked the Tasmai from the Age of Wrath.
Nice.
Hey, no one knows what that is.
Hey, why don't you tell us what it is then?
Why don't you tell us what it is?
So, the Tasmai are a. I could pull up a picture of one. Because Raas, the great,
Missing
the great dead COVID, the great dead YouTube, don't cancel.
19.
Um, the Tasmai are what could best be described as angel people. They are. Sorry, excuse me. I'm trying to think about the best way to describe them in a
They are
short form.
super powerful. Really skilled.
So the book,
Beautiful.
within the book's magic system, these guys basically became a major part of the universe because of the fact that they are all born able to manipulate the magic in a way that is beyond what most races would ever be able to do. It is not even close in comparison to some of the races. And bam, there's Aristinia. She is also known as the Grand Seer because one of the magics that is available to be learned within the universe is foresight. And she is the most powerful person with foresight that has ever existed. And she's in charge of a group of races known as the Directorate, which were formed essentially because the Tasmai gained the ability to travel the universe. And they went, hey, why would we fight each other when we could be friends? And then a different race would be like, why be friends when they could be subjugated by us? And the Tasmai went, that's a little out of pocket.
Hey, that's cool. You can try. They failed.
Stop that. Get some help.
And look, now I get to be an angel person. I get cool ass wings. I'm gorgeous because none of them are ugly.
Especially if
Well,
you're
that's
anything close
opinion
to
based.
Abyssinia.
None of them are ugly on the outside.
Especially if you're anything close to Aristinia.
Mhm. And I get my own superpower. I don't know what the fuck it's going to be, but it's going to be cool.
The magic system is very varied. I don't like restrictive magic systems.
Hard
Unless it's
magic
a...
systems.
Well,
You like
it's
some hard.
technically... It is a middle magic system, and I am a fan of hard magic systems. Like, I've been internally contemplating a magic system that is specifically based off of circles and symbols for a long while. I just haven't put in the amount of time to actually plot it all out.
Speaking of your thoughts, what's your next alien?
I believe it's the last. Right?
Nope. Nope.
Should be
Two
the
more.
second to last.
Or one more. I got one left.
Ah, that's right. There are two left. Sorry, you made me go out of order twice, and so I've all fucked up. One of my last two is very simply the alien from Aliens.
The xenomorphs.
Yeah,
I respect. I respect.
those motherfuckers are... I don't know what they're made out of, but they're basically like large, even more murderous cats. I don't know how the fuck they get into the spaces they do, but they basically have to be made out of liquid.
Right, with their own pets, no less, too.
Also, just the
All I can
number
do is
of
imagine.
natural weapons that they have is astronomical. I basically came down to it, I'm like, I kind of want either the alien or the predator. But knowing the way that this works, if I chose the predator, I'd just be like a naked predator. And I don't want that.
You ain't gonna
They
get none
suck
of their
naked.
equipment. That's gonna be big sad.
Exactly. So it's like, of the two, if they're naked, the alien wins. The alien wins 100% of the time.
Yeah.
I do also have a bonus one.
I have a couple of honorable mentions as well. But now I
Yeah.
shall get to the one that will replace Kirby, actually. And then I'll... Okay. So, do you guys remember the one very obscure bit of lore I told you about the Samurai Jack universe?
Yeah.
You mean...
Aku's
The
What?
fact that Aku is a small part of a large evil gloop of evil in space.
Yes. He is
So-
the asteroid that killed the aliens.
He is the asteroid that killed the aliens. And so I want to be one of whatever that is. The most notable part about this, and this ties really well into...
He's
a
off
few
the
examples-
goop.
And this ties into a few examples in Ben 10. Some alien races have what we'll call stipulations to them. Ben could turn into, for instance, a gray matter, the little short, smart dudes, and won't suddenly be too much of an asshole that he already is as a 10-year-old child. But there is a time, especially in the first series, where he turns into the ghost freak, that had a natural inclination to evil. Partially because in Ghost Freak's example, was actually sentient, wasn't alien DNA, was actually just a ghost stuffed in the watch. I don't know what the creator of the watch was thinking when he did that. However,
that's
this
the
doesn't
way
change
it
the
happened.
fact that the ghost slowly started to encroach on Ben's agency and personality. Aku and the big ball of goop in space that it's from are naturally malicious. They are actually evil incarnate, which means if I turn into it, I become evil on top of my normal personality. And I don't know what it is, but you should all be afraid.
Look, I already got the Ridley in me. I don't know what to tell you. I kind of just want to take over some shit.
You and me, Ridley Maurice, we're going places.
Yeah, just kind of want to take over shit right now. Break a couple of things.
You can join us too, Cthulhuizer.
Yeah. Look, all I
Cthulhuizer.
know is if you're blonde or a samurai, you're in danger.
That's right.
Wake up, samurai. We've got a city to burn.
Scandal, reason,
Now
alien.
we have our final entries.
Yes, my number one pick, the creature who I wish to turn into the most and probably my staple. Believe it or not, is one of my favorite characters of all time. I want to turn into King Ghidorah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Almost every kaiju except for Godzilla and the Godzillas are aliens.
Nope,
Really?
most of them are from Earth. King Ghidorah and Gigan and Space Godzilla are all from
Well, that
space.
last one is real creative.
Well, it's
Wait a minute.
literally just a crystal Godzilla from Godzilla's DNA.
I could have sworn Mothra also came from space.
Nope.
Wow. I learned something new today.
We
Yeah.
made him.
Maybe Destroyers from space, but I don't remember. But the rest of them are from Earth. They just are on the ground normally, or on Monster Island.
Oh.
But King Ghidorah, he's from space. He actually destroys planets. Felt that this one, there appears to be giant monsters on it. He was not expecting that.
I mean, there weren't giant monsters on the other planets. I'm thinking he blew up.
I
So
don't know.
was the
My only question is, do I get two more personalities? Because each head, even though they do share one single brain cell, are three individual personalities.
I would think it'd be a little more like this is follow me in that episode of Teen Titans where Beast Boy and Cyborg enter Raven's psyche. She has a bunch of different Ravens that are a little reductive in who they are individually, represent different facets of Raven as a whole. I imagine the same would happen. You'd have a goofy head and two serious heads, one of them probably being actively murderous.
Yeah, because it's crazy that Ghidorah doesn't start off with three heads. Ghidorah starts off either small with one head or large with one head, one body. And as it slowly evolves from Monster X to Ghidorah, it loses its arms, gains three heads, and turns gold.
Oof. Amazing.
And yeah, that's my number one pick. Because I was like, man, what space monster do I truly want to be? King Ghidorah. I'm a kaiju, baby. Fuck those other kaijus from Pacific Rim. I'm the one that can fly, shoot lightning, and pick Godzilla up to take him to the atmosphere and drop his ass. Then come down to look at him.
Same way, none of the other big monsters had that much that appealed to me.
Just this man. Guys, are you next?
Yes, my last one. And I don't want to hear any arguments that I realize that someone might make with this one, because I
Go ahead.
disagree. I want to be a Mass Effect Reaper.
Ooh.
Yeah, I see nothing wrong
That's,
with that.
yeah, that's tight.
Listen, I feel like somebody like, put it to shut up, we went with fucking Transformers. Roll.
So,
Wait. Oh, because it's a robot? No, it's just an alien.
Yeah.
And it's sentient. That's it.
Yeah.
The only stipulations.
And I'm gonna fucking become that alien, and I'm gonna literally just fly into the Pentagon and land and just sit there and wait for the heads of state to walk in there, and then I'm just gonna close the doors and fucking indoctrinate
oh
them
Lord,
immediately.
Oh,
I'm
I didn't
immediately
know
take
this
over the government.
Jesus.
I
the
will not
indoctrination.
hesitate.
I was just waiting for the blast to go just.
Oh no, I don't want to kill everybody. I want control.
Control.
Do I want to be a politician and take control that way? No, that's boring as shit, and I don't want to argue. Also, I don't want to take control to be like, ah, yes, now we go to war with fucking Liechtenstein or whatever.
When you go to the UN
What
and you
the
just
like
pick
the
all
shiny
the
just
leaders.
singled you out for no reason.
Just gonna be like, no more student debt, even though I don't have student debt. Just no more student debt. It's just like, how are we gonna pay? Don't fucking ask that question. It never happened.
Money's not real. Money's just a construct that you do not need, but choose to keep. You can all help each other. Thank you, giant robot alien from the sky.
And now burn everyone who says that we should burn X group of people because of X reason. Stop
So,
trying to burn each other. Only I'm allowed to burn. Blah.
It just shoots up a field with nothing in it. Take that field. Oh, I feel bad for all the animals that might have lived in there. Oh no.
Yep.
I mean, oh,
Oh my god. The Reaper, just like in a very populated area, just like, good. Now people can see me. And now I just have to play it cool. Sneeze and laser goes everywhere.
whoa.
Ah, fuck. That's not playing it cool at all.
All right, Thomas. What's your number one?
He was number
so
one.
my number one isn't number one in order, just number one because it's the last thing. I've been going in a random order, but I've decided on the Pokemon God, Arceus, well, however you want to pronounce it.
Aren't they from Earth?
No,
No.
it's the opposite. It's the Judeo-Christian monomyth where God made Earth, so it's not from it, and also constantly lives in a separate dimension.
Wait,
anyway.
God's an alien?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you're
Whoever
not from
lives on
Earth,
the
you're an
planet.
alien.
Wait, but that means Jesus is an alien.
No.
Well, Jesus was born
He was
here.
But no,
He's-
Jesus is God.
God,
So if God is an alien, Jesus is an alien.
God is an alien. Jesus is the native form. We got
Yo, if you choose someone who can shapeshift, that doesn't make them not an alien because they look like they're from here.
Yeah, but he was born here.
Yeah.
And he's not God.
Remember, we've been
Yo, if
choosing
I
things
chose
we
a
can-
phoenix from space, if I die and come back here, that doesn't mean I'm from here.
Yeah, but that's the Phoenix Force.
Yeah, it's like similarly, this is why we never picked like Goku specifically. Because Goku is an alien, but or should I say, sorry, I got the example mixed up. This is why we didn't choose someone specific like Gohan. Gohan was born on Earth. Goku was
But the
Wait,
difference is
came
those are different people.
migrated. Also true.
Wait.
But they are both Saiyans.
Yeah,
They
but
are
I'm not
both
saying the
alien
race of Jesus. I'm saying the individual Jesus who is God is an alien.
Sure. Now, that's also true. When it comes to
Wait.
Pokemon, however,
Are you telling me
Arceus
that
has
God-
this funny quirk where, as of the most recent game, Pokemon's Legends Arceus, you get to throw hands with God, much like I wanted to, because how dare you displace me through time. But
You asshole.
he awards you himself.
But
But
I
it's
want to keep
Yo,
you. I want to
what?
go home.
What kind of fucking self-righteous bullshit is that?
God.
you throw hands with God. You throw little balls.
Yo,
of,
I
like,
just beat
food.
you. Why would I want you? You're
Yeah, you throw
useless.
balls.
You're
You throw
trash.
bombs of food at God. He finds your efforts and struggle in vain satisfactory, sends you back to the planet, and gifts you what he describes as a fragment of himself, which, in terms of like actual character model, is literally just it. It's that white alpaca thing I pointed out the last time we had a
Yo,
conversation.
he's just coming up with excuses in case he loses.
That's how that works.
But even that fragment, quote unquote, of him, and he can make a multiple of them. So technically, this is a race. It was all powerful, powerful enough to potentially wield all of the Pokemon types at once, where most Pokemon are only granted two at most if they're lucky. So, yeah, Pokemon God. Why not?
Why
Looks like an
not?
alien too. You
Also
see that
a
thing
different
from the
Pokemon.
distance, you squint your eyes, and it's like, is that an alpaca?
I was going to pick Mew, but learned Mew, not an alien.
Nope. Was on Earth. There was
Only
in fact,
my lore makes Mew
in
an
fact,
alien.
I do have an honorable mention that is still Pokemon related. Jirachi specifically is not from Earth. It resides in
Yeah.
space, and one of the reasons why it's my honorable mention is because I've been having a lot of trouble sleeping lately, and I really value this piece of lore. It sleeps for 1,000 years a pop. Wakes up for
Oh,
3
that's
days. You can have your wishes granted if you catch it awake, but then it'll go right back to sleep for another 1,000 years.
Yo, night night.
I need that
So-
level of boundary. I need to emulate that right now.
One of my honorable missions is the alien that attacked that cat to whatever Thomas saw because I want to know the series. And if I'm the alien, I'll know.
Disgusting.
I just want to know.
Scarring young Thomases everywhere.
I was the alien, Thomas. It was me all along.
Why did you do that to the cat, dog? That was foul. You could have just been killing people. You could
I
have just
wanted to
killed
make
people like a normal
more.
monster.
No.
All right, what you got, Kaiser?
What do you
Any
mean?
honorable mentions?
Oh, honorable mentions? No.
I
Okay,
have one more, but
I
it's
do
only
as well.
thanks to the movies that came out. I actually have a few more, but I count this one because of the new movies that came out. I want to be a hedgehog.
Ah, yes. Maurice the Hedgehog.
The actual one. Fuck that Sonic guy.
Now, here's an interesting stipulation there. Um, just because you are a member of the Hedgehog race does not mean that your Sonic levels are fast. But you
I don't
are
know.
naturally fast.
Y'all
Yeah.
remember when
Look, I
Sonic's?
don't know. What you say?
Y'all remember when Sonic's power was actually just his shoes?
Yes, I remember.
I remember.
Yeah. Look, I don't know how fast I'm gonna go. All I know is I get some.
Sure.
Whatever it's speed,
A good frame
ability, an
of
interdimensional portal for a hammer,
actually
psychic
a
ability.
good frame of reference is Amy Rose. She is not as fast as Sonic, but you know she is naturally fast.
And strong.
Yep.
Hopefully, I get that either that good old shadow stuff or some silver psychic powers,
Hopefully,
or
roll that
maybe I
dice.
could be cold still the hedgehog and be broken.
My honorable mention is the ghosts of Danny Phantom.
Okay, yeah, okay, yeah.
Yep.
Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun.
So, especially with a lot of the entries that I have on mine, a particular stipulation I added for my aliens, or what I would consider aliens, was notably if they weren't from Earth or a main planet of a story franchise, and more importantly, if they could reproduce. And ironically,
They
the
can,
ghosts of Danny Phantom can do that.
yep, because
Surprisingly, they
apparently
do
they're
both of
not.
those things.
Yep, because apparently they're not really ghosts, from what Crazy Man Butch Hartman says.
Yeah. Despite their names, they are living creatures that can make children. I'm like, all right, cool.
Yeah,
Means I can be
thanks, Bob
Dio.
Slut.
Even
I
better, I
wonder.
could roll the dice on what possibilities I have as a ghost. Will I be able to grant
Yeah,
wishes? Will I be able to ride on the clouds of others? Do I have a shadow that is just like a summonable extra tacky thing?
am I just a normal girl with a purse that
Yeah.
has no particularly
Or
good powers or
or
anything?
am I the king of the realm wearing armor and for some reason super powerful?
Am I Walker? Do I just take the law into my own hands because I decided to become a warden one day? Because I'm pretty sure no one assigned you to that position.
Not in there, especially when the active ruler was a king and not like the government that actually creates jails and a jail system.
Like, where'd you get this suit from, Walker? Why do you
Or
look
will
like
I end up more
a
monstrous
racist
and turn?
jailer?
Will I end up more monstrous and turn into a dragon ghost? Let's find out.
Oh, let's find out.
Another honorable mention of the fairies, anti-fairies, and pixies of Fairly Odd Parents.
Good. They're good.
Yeah.
Another honorable mention. Uh, the Daleks from Doctor Who. They're
Ooh, I
they are
love
pretty much invincible.
love the Daleks.
You get to scream exterminate, exterminate. I I would have chose the Cybermen, but they only work by turning other people into Cybermen. And when I turn back, they aren't. And I'm like, that was a mistake.
Right. You started a Cyberman apocalypse. Uh, I so I mentioned before. Um, the Yardratians from Dragon Ball as one of the things I replaced Namekian with for a brief moment until recently. Another race I did consider was a new race introduced in the most recent Dragon Ball manga, Ceruleans, on from Planet Cereal. They have cool
Mhm.
eye powers that gives them like almost auto aim on any sort of like projectile they use. It's kind of nice.
Yeah. Um, there was a few choice ones I saw as SCPs, and I was like, oh, those look fun. But I
Oh well,
chose against it.
yeah, I respect that. So some SCPs are definitely real cool. Ooh.
And one last honorable mention is from the book Project Hail Mary. Thought I was like, ooh, that'd be cool to be a race from one of Rocky's races. And then I was like, they don't have a son.
Nope.
I'm gonna get cancer.
Yep.
I don't want rock cancer. Yeah, I'm against it. But yeah, that's
Also,
our
they had
Omnitrix.
like some weird things about them.
Yeah, one of them they can't speak, so that would be a problem.
Lord.
I
They
was
they
more so
speak
thinking
in
about how they like you have to watch them when they sleep, and the way they eat food is gross.
yeah,
Ew.
they're a rock.
They are rock.
Yeah, like Thomas, think of a Metagross but with no face. That's what you're dealing with.
Normal Metagross then. Cool. Metagross before anyone saw the sprite art real closely. Cool. Um, I do have one more because this one's actually fascinating. The Utsutsuki from Naruto, the people that come from the moon and apparently started this whole shebang that is the show.
Yes, yes.
Because that one,
Oh,
technically, that means you're just choosing to be the quite literal most powerful thing out of Naruto.
we did it.
We did it. Unfortunately, our loving Shadow Monarch has not returned. I was hoping,
No.
I was hoping after an hour 30 of shooting the shit, we'd be able to do it.
Guess we gotta go kill him ourselves. Can't let him die
I,
of natural causes.
he'll die of friendly causes.
Friendly ghosts.
I don't know about that one, Chief.
Oh yeah, he's all the way offline. Not even no internet presence whatsoever. Good God.
He's comatose.
I don't think he even liked my tweet.
Probably comatose.
He liked my sweet.
Nope, he didn't.
Oh man,
That
I hope
bastard.
oh man, we haven't seen our friend in a while. I hope our friend is alive. Yeah, I hope so too. He hasn't liked my tweet yet.
He's tagged in it, motherfucker.
Eh.
So,
We sent
while
him
it is
direct
unfortunate,
messages.
while it is unfortunate, I'm pretty sure we should just cover the episodes 5 and 6 of Obi-Wan and
Yes,
our final thoughts.
it is time to begin. Hopefully he wakes up at some point while we are discussing it so that he may also join us in at the bare minimum final thoughts.
Yeah.
If you give me a moment, I'm just gonna prep. We're bigger now.
Last time on Obi-Wan Z.
Last time on this fucking shit. It's
Reva
close
has,
to center.
Reva has
Riva!
been
Riva!
Reva has been revving up the guitar in this heated battle of wit and skillful finger play against Obi-Wan and his guitar.
That sounded wrong.
Not, not entirely. Honestly, sounds pretty sick. I'd love to see it.
A battle of
Fan art.
finger play. No, do
That's
not
right.
fan art a battle of finger play.
Fan art that.
No.
Fan
No.
Yeah,
art clip.
No.
Yeah.
Don't do it.
Before we get
It's the
to
Jedi technique versus the Sith
The
technique.
fuck are you talking about?
yeah,
Reva only has. Well, she doesn't only have. She also has Inquisitor technique, but she basically only has fucking Jedi technique.
but yeah, before we get too deep into this, have y'all seen this new Dungeon and Dragon movie trailer?
I have
No.
not. I didn't even know a Dungeon and Dragon movie trailer was out.
Yeah, a whole trailer came out like a few hours ago. Dungeons and Dragons: Honor Among Thieves.
Is that for a book or a movie?
It's a movie.
Oh.
It's a whole
Nope.
movie. Yeah,
When are they gonna realize that shit doesn't work?
they got a displacer beast. They got a gelatinous cube.
When are they gonna realize that shit doesn't work?
Yeah, look, it might. This could be good.
Be great if it was. Here's the issue. You you take D&D and then you try to convert it into a movie. It it's not what most people are there in D&D for. Like how many people actually like read the lore books for D&D?
I'm assuming you.
Bits and pieces. I haven't read all of it. There's fucking too much to read all of it. But like it's a mechanism for people to tell their own stories with their friends. They don't care about fucking some D&D official. Like, no offense, but like, it's just not what people are there for.
Apparently, it's a comedy starring Chris Pine, Michelle Rodriguez,
Of course, it's Chris Pie. Actually,
Justin
sorry,
Smith,
Chris Pine's the other Chris. That's fine.
It's not Pratt.
not Hemsworth. It's fine.
But even then,
What's it called?
hey,
D&D Honor Among
even if
Thieves.
they don't get, even if
Yeah,
they don't
they're
get their
doing.
intended target audience of like hardcore D&D nerds, maybe it'll be enjoyable.
Yeah, they're doing it as a comedy, so I can see it. Like, yeah,
I
I can see it. I'll be fine with it. It's whatever.
I would love to watch it, but we are on stream. I prefer not to have. Well, we could have 2 minutes of me sitting here in technically silence. You know,
Yeah, it's
fuck
Neil
it.
Thomas to
I'll
keep
play it.
alive.
I will play it and I will give my opinion.
Michelle Rodriguez says the barbarian. Yeah, that's Michelle Rodriguez. Still typecasting herself. She knows what she wants and she loves it.
I mean, I hope she chose that.
Of
Oh,
course she did.
out there
It's
for it.
It's Michelle Rodriguez. She wants to play a powerful badass.
That's true.
But yeah, it looks like it could be funny. I'm not gonna have super high hopes, but I will judge it as a comedy, as it should be
We'll
judged.
hope for the best. Cross fingers.
Here's my real question, and this is the only thing that's really important to me. The odds of me going to theaters to see this is very low. What are you coming out? Who are you? Oh no. Oh no. It's a Paramount movie.
Oh,
I'm not getting Paramount Plus.
uh, uh, sorry, man. You're gonna have to wait until somebody uploads it to the pirate sites.
The director has did Vacation, Game Night. That's it. He is a writer on Spider-Man: Homecoming, Horrible
Okay.
Bosses, Cloudy with a Chance, Meatballs 2. So yeah, some things under his belt, like Homecoming.
I feel Google, and not necessarily Google, but the people who use Google are sometimes so disrespectful. I typed in the word vacation. Of course, fortunately, one of the top results is the 2015 aforementioned movie. But then in the people also ask section, the first question reads, "Is Vacation a funny movie?"
Oh, wait, is this the
Why?
movie with the meme? You
What
guys
are
are
you gonna
getting
do that
paid?
to him?
I think this is the movie with the meme. Are you guys getting? You guys are getting paid?
Hmm.
Hopefully. All right, you've
Interesting.
oh, interesting is not bad.
No, the last bit of the trailer had me going from all right. I say interesting in a bad way.
Ah,
Oh,
unfortunate.
oh,
Honor among thieves. There's not a single rogue.
there is a road.
Nope. The
Bro,
Chris Pine's a bard.
yeah. Apparently Hugo Grant is the road.
Who is Hugo Grant?
No, not Hugo. Hugh Grant.
Who is Hugh Grant?
That's a good question.
Oh my
Well,
god!
now I gotta look up what this guy looks like.
Why are we
Hugh
doing to people
Grant.
tonight?
Look, some
Wait,
people aren't household names. I'm sorry.
that's the king.
In the D&D,
Yeah, in the movie they show like this big old fucking maze, and then they show a guy who's obviously the king who's in charge of this whole thing.
the King's a rogue.
The King's a road.
All right, well, that I don't mean to assume here, but that definitely means he's not one of the fucking main characters when the thing's
I
called
don't
Honor
know.
Among Thieves. You
I
know,
don't know.
the rogue subclass.
He stole
I
the
don't
crown.
know.
Listen,
He's he's not really the king.
that would make
I
a
have
whole lot of sense, but like I'm kind of just sitting here like I had fully like in my head been like, all right, Chris Pine is a rogue, that's fine, but and then like he also plays the lute, and then they showed him doing a little bit of a jig, and it's just like, all right, yeah.
He's a
Honestly,
bard.
the vibe I got from all of this, you guys remember that King Arthur movie that came out a while ago with the guy who played Lothar
Jax.
Yeah,
Those son.
yeah, I remember this movie.
in Vikings?
I
The
haven't
hot
watched
blonde
Vikings.
guy.
Yep.
Oh, they do play Jax from Sons of Anarchy. Yeah.
Did he play both? Whatever. Not the point.
Right. Riley from Pacific Rim. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Uh, I was getting that vibe from it, and for both of those, I kind of just sitting there like, y'all wrote generic fantasy and then slapped a big name on it to be like, haha, now we'll get more people.
Sure.
Like
Welcome to Hollywood.
I
That is definitely a play.
watching. I can't speak for everybody. Until the owlbear showed up, there was nothing D&D to me about that.
Not even the displacer piece or the gelatinous fruit
That
cube.
came after the owlbear part. Like,
Oh,
and then I'm just like, well, also that's just a druid. And then the mimic and the displacer piece is like, wow, generic D&D monster, cool. You gonna fucking you're gonna throw in next just a lich? Oh, wait, never mind. The lich was at the beginning of it. Lich was already there.
there you go.
It
I don't
again.
understand the problem.
It just strikes me as generic fantasy that they've added a couple of things and then just went,
I don't know.
you know what
I don't
that
know.
is, and it's like, you're not getting my money.
I don't know what you want them to do to make it feel D&D.
There's a lot of things you can do to make it feel D&D.
Maybe.
Do you want me to go into it?
Maybe.
All right. Well, the combat is very, very. How to put this? We only got to see really combat from the owlbear and from the Michelle Rodriguez as the barbarian. She wasn't fighting like most barbarians. Technically, you could have one that fights with, counter grappling. But, how to put this? I'm trying to think about how to word this in a way that makes sense. There are a lot of ways you can make something feel like D&D. Even if it is something that makes the combat a little bit less fluid, sometimes a pause, or them doing something that is much more like focused around what someone would do in D&D. I'm wondering if you feel like I need to describe this more, or if we have all played enough D&D that you understand what I'm talking about.
I kind of understand what you're talking about, but I also did fully,
So,
so I have to see what they did for myself.
did you not watch the trailer?
And I did not watch it fully. I stopped because I thought we were going to talk about Obi-Wan, and you said you were going to watch the trailer. So me and Thomas kept the talking alive.
Well, why don't you two go off and watch it, and I will talk for a little bit. That way we could all be caught up, and you can tell me if you feel the same way, or if you think that I'm just out here being rude.
All
Just
right.
hating on things.
Slide that trailer over. Then the group chat, please.
Yeah, I can post that in there for you guys.
Oh,
There. Not that this next one really matters, but I didn't feel like their outfits looked very D&D.
Kinda like
Michelle Rodriguez looked fine.
almost immediately, just from the thumbnail, in this face of Chris Pine, when you're not like looking hard enough, you're like, oh my god, is that Leonardo DiCaprio?
He does not look like Leonardo DiCaprio.
Trust
Not
me.
all white people look the same, Thomas.
Put them in it. Put them in a police lineup, and then blur your vision a little bit, like I did.
What?
And then,
Put them in a police lineup. Don't look at them really, and then tell me they don't look the same. Watch the trailer.
you know, I'm about to do
And now I have to talk. So the Overwatch League is going on. It's the playoffs, and Houston was just knocked out, which is sad for me because I like Houston. Also, I'll be honest with you guys. I am purposefully putting off talking about Obi-Wan because the next two episodes are like even worse than the ones before.
Episode 6 is bad because it ends.
That did you say that was a good thing or a bad thing?
So episode isn't bad. Episode 6 isn't as bad because it ends. Yes.
Yeah. But when that's the positive thing we have to say. It's not a great sign. It's we'll get into it in a minute, but you know, we're still kind of trying to kill time to see if Raas shows up, comes back to life. That man probably laid down and went, I'll take a 15. He's gonna come in here and say, I laid down for a 15-minute nap, and then all of a sudden it was 3 hours later.
Then I died.
Which, to be
That is
fair,
agreed.
that
all right. I watched
it
it.
has been 3 hours. All right, Maurice is done. Thomas, how far are you?
It's almost over. Got like another 30 seconds.
All right, you keep going, Maurice. Just
What
we'll get into the details once Thomas is done. Do you think I'm being mean?
Well, I don't think you're being mean, but I do think it's a bit nitpicky.
I mean, you asked me to get into the nitpicky points.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, not saying like it's a bad thing. I'm just saying, like, I felt like it could be. It's one of those chill D&D adventures where everyone knows each other and they're just kind of having fun. There's a lot more, like everything felt. I don't want to say right, but everything to me kind of felt like what D&D would be like if you didn't have a grid. Now Michelle Rodriguez did have like 4 attacks in like one turn, so that's she's cheating out here.
I also, I've never been a particularly big fan of someone, the whole line of, I'm glad he's on our side.
Yeah,
I understand why you are adverse to what is a intentionally campy and cheesy line. I am biased because I like to actually use that line all the time.
Also, the tagline of who needs heroes when you have thieves? I'm
yeah.
sitting here like, you have a barbarian, a bard, definitely a fighter, a druid, and a spellcaster. No, none of these are thieves.
I mean, to be fair, they are
Thieving is not
though.
just a class, though. It's a lifestyle.
The bard has the chance, the opportunity to
I mean, they
be.
all are thieves. They can all steal.
You can
Exactly,
steal.
that's what I
You
was about to
play
get to. They all have the
D&D.
potential, but
Yeah.
also, like, I don't know, maybe this is just me. Technically, it comes down to the players. Bards aren't. I'm trying to think about how to put this. To me, a bard is a lancer, not the leader. Bards have a focus on charisma, which generally, when you have a focus on one of the three mental stats, a lot of times the other ones fall short. Unless you're like a wizard, then they have intelligence and wisdom. But generally, they dump charisma, which means they're really smart and they're wise, but they're not good at talking to people. Generally, when you're playing a bard, your stats will go dex, charisma, dex, and then something else. Maybe it's wisdom, maybe it's intelligence. If we're looking at this in a D&D style, they're probably not going to put a lot into intelligence. And it seems like they if I was to make a character sheet for these guys, I would say that they're saying that the main character dumped wisdom. Any argument so far from what I've said?
I can't fully tell just from this trailer because, frankly, I haven't really seen them make too many mistakes. But I feel like he also probably dumped a lot of, like, not a lot of intelligence, but some intelligence, as he didn't know what an owlbear was. So he looked over to the one player who I think looked like a sorcerer or an artificer to get the answer.
I don't think he looked like an artificer.
So,
I forget
Other
what
than
he
the
was.
helmet that did a thing,
yeah.
that guy just looked like a straight up low level wizard.
If I may, what's interesting about your commentary and this sentence that I'm about to say easily has holes. But keep that asterisk in mind as you bear with me. The idea that this charismatic individual, especially ones typically associated with like bards, are poor choices for a protagonist, is that not Star Lord in Guardians of the
Mhm.
Galaxy
I
specifically?
never said that they were a poor choice of protagonist. I'm saying that I've always viewed bards as more of a lancer.
I I don't.
You can disagree with me all you want.
Yeah.
Present the argument, though, if you are.
Frankly, I always saw bards more as a comic relief. Like, to me, the bard is what the cleric should be, but they're pretty much the heart of the team. The bard keeps everyone together, especially with the comic relief and their chill vibes. That's how I see most bards be played. Not all bards, because remember, this is D&D. You can play the most meanest fucking bard you want,
Mhm. And that's,
but
I'll be honest, in general, I see a lot of mean bards. They like to, because they're high charisma, they like to use that as not as an, yeah, as an excuse to kind of be, witty and snippy with people. Not in like an
hmm
overly mean way, but it's like they're the character that will say something that is wholeheartedly backhanded.
Yeah.
but yeah, you get the. But yeah, I never really seen bards as the lancer. I always seen the rogue more as the lancer because they're always the one that kind of the word I want to say is stand out in the party, and by stand out, I mean while the party is loud, the rogue can be much more sneaky and quiet. So for the rogue to do what they want to do, they have to sneak off and leave the party. Or if they have a plan, the rogue has, we could do this quietly, and they're like, nah, I'm
You,
gonna throw a fireball.
I agree with you in some format, but rogues do make good lancers, but also rogues just D&D wise also make good, and I didn't use the word protagonist because this is D&D we're talking about. I don't think I think that one of the failings of this would be if they did it in a way that made it to where there was like understandably, Chris Pine is Chris Pine. He's a very charismatic person, and it's very difficult for him not to take the spotlight, whether you give it to him or not. I would say the best example of this is him in the first Wonder Woman movie. I think he does not an overly large amount, but definitely does do a bit of a carry in that movie, in my eyes. Um, but the thing is that with D&D, in my opinion, it goes against what D&D is to have a centralized, this is the main character. Like, when you look at a lot of, like, horror D&D stories, those horror stories come about because one of the character gets overly focused on and everyone else feels just left out because they're beta characters in their own game. And, like, you don't have to do that with Chris Pine in this. You have Michelle Rodriguez. She is also a very charismatic person. She's very good at what she does. Allow her to fly.
Allow
They'll
her to
bury him
fly.
under the pine.
Hopefully they don't, but that's up to the writers.
I know. And that's why I said this feels like a generic fantasy that they have slapped D&D things onto.
To be fair, that's kind of most things.
I don't disagree, and that's what annoys me about it.
Like, yeah, because like most big name, well, not big name things, but most like just let's say like fantasy type things, you could just slap anything onto it, like D&D, Magic the Gathering, Pathfinder, and just say it's that while still having the story. You just get the rights to use the cool creatures and shit, which is the main part. You want the cool shit,
In my
like
opinion, go on.
you want that out there. You got to pay for it. You got to get our logo. Other than that, no out there for you.
No, I'll bear for you 1 year.
You want to use the races we have? Well, you better pay for it.
Here's a fun question. What do we think those gray skinned people were in the like midpoint where the I'm gonna assume the fighter did a thing and they was like, well, he's on our side.
I'm assuming they're drow.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking they were too. And that's incredibly disappointing if it is. Cause like they look more like what Travis Willingham did for the first Critical Role opening.
But when he was
When he was dressed up as Grog.
yeah.
And literally they just put paint on him. Some people might say I'm being nitpicky. Some people might say I'm asking too much. Fuck you. Try harder.
Try. Well, first we gotta see the movie and see if it's good or not. It might be good.
Maybe it'll be another WAMM where I say a bunch of shit that is really mean, and then the creator shows up and goes, I wrote this.
From a lot of visual design details, it was actually very impressive to look at.
Yeah.
I was, of course, this is the purpose of a trailer to wow me with what I see, not just with what I'm with what I'm hearing. So I would like to hope that the rest of the movie also continues to look like that.
I was of all the visuals, the only thing that I found impressive was the owlbear.
Yeah, I mean that is a very key feature. Although some of the other monster designs weren't bad at all. It's just that I think the owlbear transforming between states is definitely a lot of work that someone put in.
I wasn't a big fan of the mimic.
No.
I
know we
mean,
can call all you want, Kaiser.
yeah. I mean, I didn't hate it. I kind of liked it.
But we're gonna have to talk about things that we don't like, such as episode 5.
Episode 5. And I'm just
Right.
gonna put this on screen because everybody at this point has seen it. This episode starts off with the whole the fight with Anakin and Obi-Wan, but in the past where you have the blurst fucking Anakin. They're like,
Listen,
ah yes, young
beautiful.
Anakin. He totally looks young. Totally.
curvy.
It doesn't look like they slapped a wig on a Hayden Christensen. It went good enough.
He's gorgeous. Listen, the makeup department did everything possible.
I don't think
That's
they did
that boy
everything
hating
possible.
right
They used
there.
it. They threw the entire kitchen sink and the force at his face. Made sure the foundation was applied correctly and said, "Get out there, champ."
This man literally woke up this morning and saw a vision of you're a part of the council, but we don't grant you the rank of master.
Listen, he woke up with a little. Someone told him that when he wakes up in the morning and his eyes are crusty, it's because of the Sandman, and he psychologically could not recover from it.
Only poor Hayden.
Listen, Hayden still looks good. He doesn't look like the fucking, like, what is he supposed to be, like 19 or something? He's supposed to be stupid young in that.
Dummy young.
But what he lacks in youthful cheekbones, he makes up for in aggression.
It is very strange that they are saying that at this point in time, Anakin was undoubtedly the better lightsaber wielder of the two of them, just due to the fact that this is still young Anakin.
Young
Like,
Anakin.
if this level apprentice Anakin was already better than Obi-Wan, I'm just like, how much should you fucking coast to lose to him in episode 3? Like, years later and a whole bunch of combat experience.
Look, to be fair to Anakin, he did not have the high ground. He was doomed to lose from the
It was
start.
even ground. Very notable.
So, moving on, because they really only just get started with that. Reva tracks them to, I find the name of this planet funny, Jabeam.
My bean.
And Darth Vader is like, you did well, kneel. And she does. And then he grants her the rank of Grand Inquisitor. And some dude just walks up and there's a little pin. And the funny part is that Thomas pointed out, the guy, like, it just kind of sticks to her clothes and then it's there. It's not Velcro, it just, like, it's like magnetized.
Yeah. Or it's a
But if
sticker.
it was,
Either way, it's funny. Either way, it's funny as hell to me.
I do think the funniest thing I heard from the interviews revolving around this show was that Hayden Christian was like, when you put on that whole outfit, you kind of just feel evil.
Oh, yeah.
just want to destroy some shit. No, just want to take something new.
Just want to break everything.
Felt cute today. Might delete some younglings later.
Might
Like,
delete some younglings.
Feeling cute today. Okay, Anakin, let's calm down.
Yeah, so they re-arrive on Jabeam. There's a bunch more people than were here before. Obviously, as a reminder from the last one of the two pilots was deaded. Reva threw a whole explosive canister at the ship and exploded him.
Yeah, he didn't try to dodge. He just took it like a
And,
brave
like,
man.
just very small thing. But, like, once again, like, there's this whole thing where it's like, yes, it's secretly, I don't care about spoiling at this point, it's gonna come up later in this episode, and it's like, Reva's been secretly just trying to get close enough to Vader to kill him. And I'm just like, why did you hit, though? Huh? Like, that's not an easy thing to hit. The other Inquisitors don't even try. Just miss.
Nah.
Like, throw it full force, but, like, throw it to the right a bit. I don't fucking know. Make it easier to dodge. Like, you predicted the fucking arc of the ship, and you hit it dead on. The fuck?
I mean, just because I want to kill Vader doesn't mean I'm helping to resist.
Why not, though? They're resisting
That's
against
why.
Vader and his goons.
Nah, I need him to trust me. I need him to
He already does. Well, he doesn't, but she doesn't know that. For all she knows, he does.
I need him closer.
See, here's the thing you're thinking of. Why would she want to help them? They ain't doing shit for her.
Yes, they are.
Like what?
Directly resisting against Vader and helping people And this is the path.
Of
She
course
knows
they
they're the
do.
path. They're
What do you mean?
directly trying to prevent Vader from being able to do the Vader things that Vader did to her. They
But why
should be
did
the
she
exact kind of people that she's trying to help.
No, I'm not trying
Or
to help
doesn't
anyone. I'm
want to
trying to
move
get
against
revenge.
at the bare minimum.
No, I want revenge. You talking about helping people and shit. I'm over here to kill and get
I am the
revenge.
knight.
I know you guys are just doing this so there's actual discussion involved, but fuck you.
Look, I'm just saying, as
So
a
yeah,
character who
what's
wants
important
revenge,
here? What is important here is that as a
I would
commentary on the entire show up to this point, Reva's motivations seem bare bones,
Up
and the
until this
action
point,
and the
during this
actions that
point,
she takes
after
and
this
the
point.
action she takes to further the goals of her motivation are also very bare bones.
It's not bare bones. It doesn't actually make sense. Like, take out, like, any of the whole, like, helping people. Why the fuck does she do 90% of what she's doing? Because other than the fact that she killed the Grand Inquisitor, she's done absolutely nothing to actually go against Vader.
True.
And, like, if you want to pull the, well, she can't reveal it. She stabbed the Grand Inquisitor.
Yeah.
Like, there is literally no other decision that she could make that would put her more at risk of being discovered as not being a friend than that.
Yeah. And that was episode 3, if I'm not mistaken.
That was episode 2.
Ah, even earlier.
Yeah. That guy's been dead this whole time.
Lord.
And I'm just gonna put another thing. She was 100% ready to torture a child. Like, not like light torture either. She was ready to fully fledged torture layer.
Strap that child up to a contraption. That's how you know.
Like a contraption that was very clearly designed for adults. And that bitch was gonna put needles in her face.
Yep.
What were those needles gonna do? We don't know yet.
Look, I don't understand what you want from me. I want my revenge.
Do it in a way that gets you revenge.
I am.
No, you're not.
What do you mean?
We'll get into what do I mean in a minute.
I
We're gonna get into it in a minute. For now,
Yeah,
though, they've arrived back on Jabim, and Haja is there because he had to run. Mostly because of the fact they ran into Riva. Yes, I am going to continue to say her name like that. I don't know for how long I will continue to do so, but it'll probably be a very long time. When did I stop the stream?
The stream is not.
you stop.
It says there was a network error.
Oh, it is offline. Look what you've done.
I don't know when I stopped the stream, but I never stopped the recording this time, so haha! But also, well, welcome back,
No,
stream.
we're still on.
Yeah, because I turned it back on.
We did it.
I leaned over and I looked, and I was like, that.
Wait a minute.
That's not the light that's supposed to be. I was looking to see how long we've been going for, and I saw the numbers were at 0. Yeah. Anyway, back into it. So he sees Haja there, and they're like, ah, yeah, scary Inquisitor lady. We can seal them in now. They can hold days. Ah, yes. Thomas.
Yeah.
Would you like to detail what happens next with the little robot?
If I'm not mistaken, we're talking about the rebel base about the slowly being encroached upon and
So
Lola being evil.
Yes, Lola the evil. How the fuck did she open that door, actually? That door automatically closed behind it. What the fuck?
It automatically opened for Lola as well.
Yeah, like...
Now,
I'm gonna pull it back again so we can...
I don't know about you, but I have no experience in how robots work. So, with both of us being ignorant motherfuckers, we would assume that if Reva says what she says and plants a bug on our protagonist, that bug apparently being a device implanted in Lola, it would just be, hey, this is where I am in space time. Come get me. Sort of
Yeah.
normal tracking devices things.
Put a
Mr.
little tracker
Meeksies,
on
look
it.
at me.
In the Star Wars universe, and in the hands of Reva, this little
Reva.
bug that you plant on the poor Lola droid turns Lola evil to the point where her little blue LED lights turn red, indicating maliciousness. Oh no!
Random.
So Lola departs herself from young Leia and to go off to do the most evil thing it can do. What it wants to do is take I'm pretty sure, the control panel that controls the blast door to the Rebel airport, is what I'll call it. That's what essentially it is. And doesn't do anything immediate. It only waits until after Reva and the rest of her Reva Vader, who's on the ship behind her, and the rest of the stormtroop platoon show up at the blast door. Does Lola even get discovered? Does Lola is even discovered in this area? Leia, for some reason, is the one assigned to go go mess with the funky wires.
Yes, but we
Help
could
me out.
get onto that part of it in a
Yeah,
minute.
help me out here. Why was that the plan?
Because no one else could fit,
Yeah.
which makes no sense
That's
because
right.
someone had to be able to fit to fix it the first time.
Yeah, also, like, she can entirely bodily enter this space. Fucking a grown man can shove his top half in there. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
It's just the idea that like they made this where all the electrical stuff is and no access except for either small people or small children.
Right. And at that point, I'm just like, this is in the words of a friend of mine who's right here, right now, known as a safety man, this is bullshit.
This is a bad design.
This is bullshit.
Because like
So,
for real?
with that said, this scene goes predictably as follows. Leia enters the small compartment with all of the dangerous electrical wires that would indeed turn her into a crispy chicken tender if anything went wrong. And there's evil Lola waiting in the wire bushes, comes out, immediately attacks her. But
With nothing. Not even a buzzsaw.
I want to say Lola is not a combat droid. It's looks like, if I'm gonna be real reductive, it kind of looks like a flying clam. And so it doesn't do anything that can harm the young lady. I guess this is why her parents gifted
Hold
Lola
on. We're
specifically as a
jumping
droid.
way ahead to get into that
Totally.
point. Let's stick with the timeline. Because all that's
Sure.
happened at this point is Lola flew into the thing and then hacked the door so they can't run away. And as they did that, Obi-Wan is like, he doesn't have the patience for a siege. And they're like, how do you... Well, first of all, they're like, oh my god, Reva's tracking us. It's like, it's not Reva. It's him. He doesn't have the patience for a siege. How do you know? And then he just doesn't say anything, and it does the like thing that shows do, where they zoom in on his face, and they go back to the flashback of them fighting. Obi-Wan tells him to be more mindful, and Anakin goes, nah, man, that's why you're gonna lose. You're being too merciful. It's like, yo, Anakin didn't talk like this. Mercy is your weakness, master. I don't think Obi-Wan would have literally been the guy who's like, I don't think
Anything,
he's
you ain't
evil.
supposed to say
If for
that.
years he had just been saying this wild, definitely evil shit.
Sparring, I would have deactivated my lightsaber. It's like, whoa, that was kind of sus, brother. Let's unpack that before we get
Yeah,
back to training.
let's just have it.
Then
Are you
Mace Windu
feeling
comes
okay?
in. Then Mace Windu's walk in. Hey, shut the fuck up, motherfucker. Get back to training now.
You
He's still not,
asked for this, Obi-Wan.
still not a Jedi master.
Yeah, still ain't mask, no rank for you.
Everybody's
Thanks,
like,
Mace.
oh my god, and Obi-Wan said, Obi-Wan gives probably the worst speech Obi-Wan has ever given, because he straight up goes, everyone, I know you're scared. The Empire's going to attack us, and they're stronger than us, better equipped, better trained. If we try to fight them, we will not survive.
Lord,
Like,
Kind of reminds me
direct quote.
Lord.
Yep. Kind of reminds me of Superman and Lois. Now, everyone, I just want you to know that there's an evil, powerful person who can take over, who is trying to make everyone go to a parallel universe and kill us all. Don't worry, we have Superman, right? Actually, Superman has no powers and he won't be able to help us. Why would you tell me this? Uh, the best thing you can do is to stick with your family, and together we will succeed. At what? Dying? I'm not
Yes.
Superman. This woman beat Superman.
His whole
I'm
recovery,
out.
by the way, is
I'm
we don't have to fight them. We just have to hold them off long enough to get you all out. And how are we gonna do that, Obi? Gonna drop some books on the outside of the door so they get distracted reading? Gonna put a TV out there with the entire Mass Effect entire Mass Effect series out there? No. You're gonna fight them to hold them off.
Yeah, we're gonna have to throw our lives away. So how do I get to escape? Oh, you meant the
Uh
civilians, not me.
yes. How could I have forgotten the age-old favorite lines of dialogue? Like, hey, how much time do you need? The response: 3-4 hours.
You
The
got one.
counter to that: you have
You
one.
got. Okay, so I guess you just want us all to fucking die then. No, I want you to do your best. I can't do my best, but I don't have 3 to 4 hours, and you only give me one.
I need you to do your best. You didn't ask me for my best. You asked me for the impossible. I'll fucking try, but I'm gonna tell you this: you're gonna have an hour's worth of work, and it's gonna fucking break.
When the ship starts crashing, I am going to stare at you, dead in your mid, as we die.
Yep.
Like, we're gonna lock down the entrance to the facility so the door isn't already fucking closed. Which also, I have to ask, if Lola can go in there and close the blast door, does she just not have access to the front fucking door?
Oh, well, the thing is, she was evil, so she knew how to work it. Now she's no longer evil. She doesn't know how to work
No, she's still evil.
it. Oh.
Because that's why I said, hold up, I need you guys to stop. Because the whole thing with Layla and Leia and Layla does not happen until literally the very end of the episode. She gets Lola out, and then, like, in the same minute, they open the door.
Mm.
Um, so the Empire arrives, they roll out the cannon, which they then get into this, like, weird formation that just, like, I'm sitting here like, man, y'all have laser rifles. Is this your normal combat formation? Because this is the worst formation you could be in when your enemies have rapid fire weapons, explosives,
Look, look,
lightsabers. You
look,
guys
man.
have guns, so when you're in this kind of formation, you immediately limit your own effectiveness because anybody who's lying 3 back can't fire.
Look, you. We want to do it the same way our forefathers did, in a straight line, all
That's
facing
your,
each
like,
other.
95th fathers at this point.
I want to do it like the Revolutionary War. I want to do like the Civil War.
Like
Fucking
full
beautiful
AR.
Maurice, you
straight
woke up
lines.
today just feeling like violence, didn't you?
No, I'm speaking for you. I'm speaking to you as the show.
I don't even think the show has that level of video. Well, actually, they decided
I'm
to do
about to
this,
say, you
so
saw
they do have this.
Mandalorian,
I did also see the Mandalorian,
and
and
you see how they like their formations.
I'm just like, guys, what the fuck? Like, look at how close these motherfuckers are. 2 grenades, and I've literally saved the city.
One minigun, one laser minigun, just
Also, this is the entirety of the forces. An entire Star Destroyer can muster.
nah. That's just Anakin being fucking lazy.
This is like 30 guys. But yeah, so they arrive, they set up the cannon, they start very slowly. Oh yeah, also Reva gets here. They
You
open up a
sure?
really dumb line for her to walk through. They start firing the cannon at the door. Like, they raise their guns as though they're all gonna fire, even though they physically can't. Like, y'all know you can't. And they try to blast through the door. What the fuck do you think they were gonna do? Knock?
Well, it's
Also, the
13.
fact that
It
their
could
whole
be
plan is
9.
just to open the top door as though, like... Realistic question for you guys.
Yeah.
We know that the ships in Star Wars have the ability to do orbital bombardments, correct?
Of course, yes, of course.
Why didn't Lola lock the door open so that the Star Destroyer could fire directly down into it and destroy all of their ships?
Because Lola's evil, not smart.
But theoretically, she's being controlled by Riva.
Because
Not
Reeve is not smart.
Alright, that's true.
Again, just so new week, new people, whatever. We're not talking about the actress.
Oh, yeah. I don't know any other way to put this. It has nothing to do with her race. It has nothing to do with the fact that she's a she. In my own writing,
Yes,
I'm pretty sure a majority of my own characters are females. I don't have a problem with
frankly, it has
female
nothing to
characters.
do with her.
Yeah,
Literally has nothing to do with her. It's the character that was written like this.
she was written unintelligent. She was written unintelligently. She doesn't make good decisions. She doesn't make like decisions that once you know her true motivation that you look back and like, oh, that's why she did blah, 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 blah. If anything, you find out about her true motivation and you go, the fuck? And then you look back at her previous decision and you're like,
all this cloak and dagger for what?
it gets to the point that it's not even cloak and dagger. You can't use that as an excuse for this shit. It's just like you did what? All in the name of what is right. I'm a good guy. No, you're not.
No, you're not.
Get the fuck out of
Right.
here. Go.
You already knew you was
I
not
would
a
tell
good
you to
guy.
go home, but like that's too good for you.
You're
Disgrace.
home.
Again,
You're
not
home
I
with
believe her
the
name
rest
is
of the young ones.
Moses Ingram.
Yep.
Yep.
Beautiful lady. Listened to a couple of interviews from her. She seems like a fun person. Her character is written terribly, and I'm sorry you had to do that. I'm sorry for a lot of people who have acted in Star Wars recently, because, man, it's got to be such a dream come true to be told, yeah, you're going to be in a Star Wars movie. But then I feel like every time they get the script, like, oh, you want me to do what? But not the point. We're here to talk about specifically Obi-Wan. Now I've gotten that out of the way. Haja is actually the one who has the idea to go into the vents, and when Ice T, no, sorry, Ice Cube Jr., not Ice T Jr.
Nope. Different person.
Ice Cube Jr. Says, I'm too big to be crawling around the vents. Leia doesn't say, I can do it. She just walks over and goes, I'm gonna need a ladder.
All right.
And Ice Cube Jr. says, I don't have time for this. This isn't playtime. And Obi-Wan's like, no, do what she says.
And
Bitch, do you know who that is?
As any look, Ice Cube Jr. looks at him as anyone who would look at a person who told me to let a child fix the electricity. What?
Don't worry, I have a pause space. It's perfect. Also, Maurice, do you have anything to say about this line?
What's the line?
Are you looking at the stream?
Yeah, there it is. Ah, yes. You trust me. I trust her. I'm losing that trust in you. Like, that's the face. That's the face of someone who just heard that line in an actual life and death situation.
Yep.
You trying to get us all killed. Okay. I see. I understand. I got you, Kenobi. I'm out.
Yeah, he does. They do, in fact, have a lab that is large enough. Also, let us note that Leia is now in that room at 12 minutes. This will be important later. She then just starts kind of bapping the wires around.
Because she knows exactly what she's doing.
Bail Organa messages Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan listens to it. He's like, "Hey, there's been no communication.
Is my kid still alive?
I don't know what's going on, but I hope to hear from you soon." And he says specifically that he will go to Tatooine if he doesn't hear from him soon. Owen will need help with the boy. Those are his exact words. That will be important later.
Crazy.
Yeah. And then he's like, "I'll pray for you." Then what's her bucket? I don't remember her name. I don't feel like going to the internet to look it up again. Nice lady, good lady comes over and is like, "Is everything okay?" And he's like, "Yeah, it's fine."
Nice lady.
She's a nice lady. She tells a story of how people died because people die.
People die when they are killed.
Yep. And she shows that in her gun holster, she's got this little tick mark. And she's like, "I have one for every person I've saved."
Thanks.
On your
That's not
on
me
your
making fun of
gun?
her voice. That's just the way that I decided to say that line.
You have a tick marker for every time you save a life with your gun? By shooting someone?
No, for everyone she saved. It's not a kill counter like what normally is done that way, because that would be rude, I guess. God, celebrating death? Who would do such a thing?
Oh. Oh, it was on her holster. Alright.
I said that.
I'm gonna be honest. How long she been at this game?
Long enough.
A long time.
That's not a lot of people.
It's like 8.
We can count. They're right there.
Yeah, but they go like into the holster and there's no light.
Yeah,
I
but
can see
look,
1, 2,
I'm
3,
assuming
4,
it ain't ramping
5,
around.
6. God, I gotta lean forward to look at this shit. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. There are 13 that I can see, but there might be more because that's really not that far in. But
But that's not a lot.
no, that's not what matters. What is the number? She saved children. It's fine. What is enough? But
I
basically,
don't know. If you've been at saving children for 15 years and all you got is one,
you saved one.
okay.
I'm not gonna fucking look a gift saved child in the mouth.
I mean, how many did you lose? I feel like you might be more of a hindrance at this point.
I'm gonna throw something at you.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, they keep shooting the door. Obi-Wan says, "Tell the Inquisitor I want to talk," but I don't know how they're gonna do that.
Mm.
Like it shows that one of the Death Guard was up at the door, but they were just firing a heavy cannon into the door. It's not like they're firing like 4 shots and then walking over. Do you have anything to say for yourself? No? Okay, we'll just keep firing then. Actually, she held up her hand to stop the firing, despite the fact that they weren't firing. What the fuck? Confused?
Hold fire!
Also,
Hold fire!
the stormtroopers like keep raising their guns, and then when they go back to different angles, it shows that the stormtroopers' guns are down, and it's just like, what? Stop it! Choose a pose. It's not that hard to remember. Then she says, "If this is you stalling for time, it won't work," even though that's exactly what's happening.
I feel like it's working just fine.
I don't know. You walked up here where you were talking, not firing the gun.
You've actively not tried to kill me yet. That's what I wanted. Success.
And Obi-Wan talks about how Anakin would have kept the fact that he's Darth Vader secret, and he says you're too young to have known him, and then his eyes go wide. He's like, oh my god. Unless... ...
You're a baby.
Unless you were there. It doesn't matter where I was. The night of Order 66, you were a youngling! Da da da!
What did you
And
expect? You didn't see a fucking Jedi.
I would just like to point out, how the fuck would that mean she knows that Vader is Anakin Skywalker?
I don't
Uh,
know, this man just been using the small government for a while.
a relatively tall man with long hair walks up, stabs you in the stomach. Then a couple of weeks later, there's a completely, like, a much taller person in black armor that, like, is entirely Robot Man.
Master Ennie's always been great with children.
Yeah.
No, he
Seeing as he was
hasn't
the
been.
closest. Look, he was always the closest to their age. Being a child his own self.
Only in maturity. Any Hoosier.
Any posers.
So, he basically just says, like, killed all the other kids, you must have survived, and she's like, he's gonna stab me. Actually, I don't know if she says that here. But she basically is telling him to shut up. And then we get flashbacks.
Gosh,
Subtitles say
yeah.
gasping. Yet somehow she realized, you know, it's not that easy. Just look at large man in armor and be like, ah, yes, that is Anakin Skywalker. We thought he was here to help us. We thought he was there to help us. I also love she says, I tried to help them, but I was 2 weeks. But you can see from the fucking flashbacks that she just stood there and stared at him. Now, I'm not saying that doesn't make sense for a kid. It does. What doesn't make sense is that her fucking reimagining is, I tried to help them, but I was too weak. When all she did was go, oh my god, that's Anakin Skywalker! Stabbed.
You can tell that this chick is clearly lying.
Damn, that bitch just lied. Why the fuck you lying?
Why you always lying? Oh my god.
Yeah. Please stop. Please stop lying.
Please. But, yeah, moving on. She's basically giving him the whole fucking just this speech about, you know, they were my family and they died. Where were you?
Here, why don't you blame any other girl? Why don't you blame the other younglings? I saw one of y'all. One of y'all was killing someone. Why weren't you as skilled as that little boy? You failure.
She does say one good line in this directly before she goes into fucking bullshit. Obi-Wan says, let me help you, we want the same thing. And she says, do we, Obi-Wan? Do you want Anakin dead? Which is a good point, because Obi-Wan doesn't want Anakin dead. He doesn't want to kill him.
That's the homie. Do I? No, not really. He wilding. He
Listen,
deleted some younglings. That was off. That was off. Complete off.
he could very
Wrong.
easily be described as being out of pocket.
He wrong for that. But that's what they want. I raised that boy.
He was a brother to me, Reva. I loved him.
I'm practically his father.
But then she literally goes, where were you while he was killing my friends? And Obi-Wan, like, looks very regretful. It's like, motherfucker, you were fighting Grievous.
Yes, but he could have killed. He's thinking, maybe I could have. Maybe I could have saved the younglings.
No, he couldn't have.
He physically couldn't have.
Literally, they said execute Order 66, and then a fucking tank turret shot at him.
He could have avoided.
He then fell down an entire fucking like crevasse.
He could have
Look, I
gotten.
can
He could have gotten
understand.
up and exited the crevasse.
He did.
Kind
He
of had to
can't
get
back
past the
to a whole
entire
other
whatever.
planet.
Listen, Obi-Wan is a man who is currently defined by this series of failures that are both Anakin and technically Order 66.
That's not really a failure. No one knew about it except Fives, and he died for it. R.I.P. Fives, you did your
And of
best.
course, as a survivor of it all, he feels the guilt.
Yes, he was on the planet of Utapau. And give me a moment. I'm gonna find the galactic map so I can show you where the fuck he was. Because it is a significant distance.
Listen, if there's a guilt, there's a way. All right.
There's a guilt there somewhere.
I don't think that's how it works. I don't think you
The
think
funnest
that's how
part
it works.
about the funnest part about Order
our
66
our
was
therapists in the chat in the comments would say the same thing.
yes. The best part about Order 66 is that they all happened simultaneously. So as he was shot, Anakin was already stabbing kids.
Yep.
Like,
Research
I
that does.
understand Reva might not understand that because, well, she was, well, I don't know, 2.
She was a solid like 6 or 7.
Listen, one's Angie and one's Sash. Both survived Order 66.
One of them survived in a much better condition.
I just need to know, does she blame all the Jedi? Like, even the ones that were trying to protect her and died? Is it their fault too?
Listen, she didn't
That-
say that, so we won't put words in her
So
mouth.
we're gonna pop over to this
I just want
galactic
to
map
know.
real
What?
quick, because if you look right near the center, little circle with a star on it, that's Coruscant. That's where Coruscant is.
Oh.
Then if you go all the fucking way down, then you keep on going, you find Utapau, which has this little white X on it. This is where Obi-Wan was at the commencement of Order 66.
Look,
Listen,
if
if
I
you
can
like,
tell, look, I'm looking at this map, and it only tells me that it's one finger away. That's not that far.
yep.
Jesus Christ, it's so bright.
Yes.
What is that whiteness in the middle of it?
It is the basically it's just the
Universal
galactic
dark
core.
hole.
Oh shit!
Like it. I'll send you guys the image so you can see what it looks like on my screen. I don't know why the stream is like, nah, man, super
Someone turn on the lights.
super shiny.
Someone turn on the lights for the stream version.
Ah, there we go.
Much better. I can actually see figures.
Listen,
inside.
you could still see the things that were important: Utapau and Coruscant.
All of these lines, they are the space jump highways.
Yes. So in order to get back, Obi-Wan had to basically jump once to get to one hyperspace lane, then jump a second time all the way around the galactic core because you don't go through the center to get back to Coruscant. So you gotta make 2 jumps. Or the
Was it
flight
like a
nav
2-minute
computer
trip?
could fly around and get in there. I don't exactly know how it works.
Obi-Wan's
This
thinking,
trip?
yeah, that's feasible. I could have been there.
Not in time to save the children!
I should have teleported. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry that I'm just built different.
Sorry. As you would say, safety man, he is the main character of Star Wars. Should have harnessed some of that main character energy.
Obi-Wan, he's not the main character of Star Wars. I said he should be the main character of Star Wars.
You said that he feels like the main character of Star Wars. They treat him sometimes like the main character of Star Wars.
You said he was the main character of Star Wars. Are you lying to me?
He is the main character of Star Wars to me, but they do not treat him like the main character.
Gotta harness some main character energy, Obi-Wan. People believe in you to be main character, even if they're wrong.
Oh yeah, also, like, Obi-Wan is like, you can't do this alone, and her response is, you don't know what I can do alone. And then she stabs her lightsaber through the door, and it's just like, what? Why didn't you do this earlier? Why did you wait until now?
Because I wanted this
just wanted to
conversation.
scare him a little bit.
Terrible.
Now, of course, the stormtroopers are like, she could have done that anytime, couldn't she? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, she also
could've-
uses the Force to just open the door, and then does a really dumb. She forces the door, like it's lit. I'm gonna pull it back to where I can very lightly show it on stream. So she stabs through the door, cuts down it, then she forces the door open, and then Obi-Wan Force pushes her back, and she does a little slide.
Wee.
And Obi-Wan takes a solid couple of seconds to activate his lightsaber while people are shooting at him. Also, are you guys aware of the term bullshido?
Not Bushido, but Bullshido?
Yeah.
Interesting, no.
It is a term used to describe bullshit martial arts.
Ah.
Like the kind where you have like the old men and they like have people in front of them and they're just moving their arms around and then they very lightly touch the guy and he like jumps back and acts as though he was hit by a truck.
Yeah,
Or
yeah.
when you have like the lines of people where that happens to and they're all like, oh!
It happens sometimes in the more comedy-focused kung fu movies, yeah.
Yeah, that very much is what it looks like happens when Obi-Wan Force pushes Reva back. Like, I can't show it in picture form, I don't want to risk the stream trying to show it. But, like, some of them just take, like, these half steps back. And, you know what? I have good news for the Resistance fighters. Standing at the front of their line is Obi-Wan Kenobi. Not Ben Blicky, but straight Obi-Wan Kenobi with his lightsaber out. And just to...
I feel like we could have done better with Ben Blicky.
No, because here's the thing. Obi-Wan is a master of Form 3, the defensive style. He is nigh on immune to blasters. Like, his skill set directly... That's the thing. That's why I have him up front. Because he can block basically any blaster fire that is coming in his general direction. That doesn't have to be shot directly at him. Let's remember that in a minute.
Yep.
And also, if I was any of these people, I would literally be standing directly behind Obi-Wan. Like, don't worry, man. I'll cover you. But then, like, somehow he goes from... He goes from being well in front of everybody. Also, he's basically doing a dance move with this deflect.
We'll see it eventually.
So he's in front, as you can see, except for that guy over to his right. Who the fuck is that? Why? Be smarter, guys. And then for some reason, Ice Cube Jr., who has
a... want to say his name?
I don't know his name.
Oh, shit.
His name is Osha? What is his name?
O'Shea.
Ocean?
Close. O'Shea.
O'Shea.
Yes.
Alright, so Mr. O'Shea. The man with a fucking bowcaster, for some reason, decides he's going to move to the side and get into everybody's fucking way. Like, blocking 3 other people's ability to shoot. And steps in front of Obi-Wan?
Lord.
Like, but it's not the actual worst, but like, it's a horrible decision to make on his part.
Yeah.
And the fighting continues, and more people kind of start moving in front of Obi-Wan. And like, I'm gonna get the pause because, as a reminder, there were like 30 people outside. Look at all these stormtroopers. How the fuck is this the way that we're saying that the Empire attacks people? Because they are just casually walking through this door without utilizing any cover, without, you know, recognizing that there are people in front of them so they shouldn't be firing at any point in time, adjusting their guns so they're not flagging the people in front of them. They're just a walking fucking hazard.
Yeah.
Yep.
So they keep coming in, and Reva's there, but her lightsaber isn't active. She doesn't really follow through. It's mostly the Death Troopers. Some guys start to beat one of the guys with a stick. Obi-Wan kills a Death Trooper. One of the rebels appears to attempt to surrender and just gets killed. There's this one old guy with a stick. Reva is apparently following, but she's doing a real bad job of it. Now, there is a significant portion of this tunnel that we cannot see at the beginning of this fight. But what we do see eventually is they run around a corner, and we can see that it has this very narrow entrance. It's thin, it's got a sharp turn, so it's a very defensible position. Especially if you, I don't know, put someone with a laser sword right around the corner, so that anytime one of the stormtroopers, like, even pokes his head out there, he can just swing and hit him. Or, like, you can even put him back over by the crates that are here, and just have him deflect blaster bolts. Be real easy for them. They only have one direction they can fire in. They don't do either of these things. They set up a secondary defensive position. Thank God Obi-Wan actually is the last one to move out of this corridor. That trend doesn't continue. Also, look how far back Reva is still. Like, she was walking a second ago, but apparently she's slower than a stormtrooper. Yikes.
Yes. Yikes.
They continue on. They're marching after fucking whatever his bucket is. Mr. I was in Eternals.
Mr. I was in a
I don't know his name. I know he was in Eternals recently. I'm bad with names. I thought one of the people I work with was a different person that I worked with for like 2 days.
Lord Jesus.
He's yelling up at Leia to hurry up, and she's like, "Oh my god, shut up, man! I'm working here." And she's still just pushing aside the same wire she was minutes ago. Which, just for an update, everybody, it's now 20 minutes into the episode, so she's been in there real time 8 minutes, longer in showtime, and she's still messing with the same wires. And now they run around this corner, and again, Obi-Wan, master of the defensive style, great at blocking blaster bolts. He was in the back. Now, he has somehow managed to get in the middle of everybody, and his lightsaber is not even active. He has basically given up on being the defensive line and is now like, but what if I protect myself here? I think that's a pretty reasonable choice. I'm very important. So he's running. He's like legitimately behind the defensive line now. Again, despite the fact that he is by far the person who is in the least danger fighting stormtroopers. Like, immensely so. He does bend over to help someone up, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Except for the fact there's a whole bunch of stormtroopers coming around the corner, and really, you can protect that same person by just standing there and using your lightsaber and deflecting the blaster bolts. Instead, we watch as Tala, I saw her name in the little subtitles, Loaderbot, and one of the random meeples who looks terrified the entire time, they're the final line of defense. And so, as they're kind of falling back, lady person who we don't have a name just gets shot. She dead. She just dead. She dead real quick. Obi-Wan realizes, oh god, I should have probably stayed back there. And he kind of starts to run back, which I didn't remember that. I'm confused. So, yeah, no. Quite possibly Obi-Wan's most said line in the series at this point. I don't even know where he went. Oh, he runs up to the person who shot, which I guess she had some kind of armor on underneath, because if you're gonna look at me in the face and tell me that the E11 blaster hit someone dead in the chest and they're just in pain, I'm gonna have to ask you to explain to me why the fuck they're using them. Um, a stormtrooper does what stormtrooper has done always with Disney, in the fact that he runs up to Tala, and like I don't even know where he's going, cause he's like not even pointed at her. Like he's looking the wrong way on this one-way tunnel, and she grabs him, and she proceeds to throw him onto the ground and shoot him. And then she shoots at some more. They start to grab at Loaderbot, but Loaderbot is now just throwing them around. Tala's shooting, and then she gets shot in the stomach. So nice lady now has hole in her stomach.
Oh my.
As you can see, that's real damage. See, there's like fire and everything. But here's the thing. I don't think anybody has ever actually died in Star Wars from any kind of damage to the stomach unless their name is Qui-Gon Jinn. I mean, Darth Maul got stabbed in all of his stomach at the same time, all the way across. He survived that. And the lady who we just got shot in the upper chest, basically within the fatal T. And do you want to know why it's called the fatal T?
Because it's a teacher.
Because that's why that's where you shoot at someone to hurt them fatally, and it forms a T. And now she's shot in the stomach, which relatively moderately less lethal, still pretty damn lethal, but you know it happens. Also, we just saw someone get shot higher up. Obi-Wan sees that she got shot, and I would just like to show this shot, because Obi-Wan is on the other side of the door. He is through the door. He is not on the other side of the door. He is through the door already, and he yells Tala. Tala then kind of groans and rolls around. Reva yells, wipe them out. Loaderbot is getting shot a bit, but he's Loaderbot. Loaderbot's invincible.
Loaderbot!
The stormtroopers begin to walk past Tala. Obi-Wan is now further through the door. Tala is literally like rolling back and forth on the ground. Loaderbot is now standing over her. He falls over to where he is literally standing over her as Obi-Wan is continuing to do Obi Jedi mode. So, literally standing over her, protecting her from the blaster bolts. Obi-Wan has not taken a step back. Pretty sure Loaderbot just died. His head fell over, and she's like, "Oh God, I'm bleeding," despite the fact that it's a blaster bolt, which, you know, fires lasers, which would cauterize immediately. It's not how that works. And she looks over her shoulder, and for some reason, a singular stormtrooper causes Obi-Wan to back up enough that she can fire a shot from her blaster that hits the door, which everyone knows in Star Wars is universal door locking mechanics, which he kind of just accepts and looks at like,
look, when you shoot the locking mechanism, you turn it off, and when the door turns off, that means it closes immediately because there's no power to keep it open. Logic.
I would just like to say, this is the face I made for basically the entirety of this show. Just sitting there like, why? Just looking disheveled. Anyway, so what I didn't directly mention is that Tala does, before she shoots the door, hold up a special fun little thing. It's called a grenade. Technically, it's called a Class A detonator. Ta-da!
What's the detonate?
Explosives.
Itself?
It's got an effective radius of 20 meters, so it's a fireball basically, but in the form of a grenade. Also, I feel bad for this pause face, but I don't feel bad enough to not also screenshot it.
The homie Loaderbot.
The Loaderbot's gone.
He didn't get to kill
The
anyone
actual
with the
saddest
hammer.
tragedy of the show.
He had the hammer. He never used it.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah, the
waste.
most he did was he
Fucking Chekhov hammer over here.
Donnie lead one of the stormtroopers into the ceiling.
More like a red hammering.
Nah, 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 nah. Pain. But yeah, so she explodes. Wow, I just jumped 10 seconds forward and this Obi-Wan. Tell me you guys can see this.
Yeah, just a little square. Still Kaiser face during the whole series.
It is still my face throughout the entire series. Anyway, so Reva yells, "Get back!" Which, you know, if
The
Tala had bothered to actually throw the grenade, she probably could have gotten more of them. Just saying.
Nah, I need to do the heroic sacrifice. Why?
Yeah.
Because we need one, I guess.
I'm kind of sad they just didn't give Loaderbot a couple of them, and he could have ran into the crowd with a noble sacrifice.
I think you can do a heroic sacrifice, getting shot up by the survivors of your grenade explosion. But all
Could
right.
have even had a moment where like they're all loading up and Loaderbot sees a package filled with sets out a package, opens it up for everybody, looks down, sees all the grenades, and just kind of looks to one side, looks to another side, and then it cuts. So that we don't know
Loaderbot
that
fulfilled
Laterbot
his
took grenades, but we know that Loaderbot took grenades.
Loaderbot fulfilled its duty by loading them up with explosives. Thanks, Loaderbot.
And so they get back in there, and Obi-Wan is having more flashbacks. We're like, oh my god, it's over. We lost. And then he says, I'm going back.
Back where? Back in here? Round two?
Yep.
Crazy.
And then Mr. Oshan, right? That's his name.
Right.
Stop laughing and tell me if I'm saying his name right. I don't want to be mean. I'm bad with names.
Okay, let's just go back to call him Ice Cube Jr.
What is his name? What's his name?
What's his name?
O'Shea.
O'Shea. O'Shea.
Shea. Like the lotion.
Yes. Fucking Thomas out here lying to me saying I got it right.
Listen, man. The longer
You lied to me.
the longer you spend contemplating on the wrong pronunciation of names, the longer it'll take you to get these episodes.
Whatever. Mr. O'Shea is like, I fought too long and too hard for this.
Wow.
And his character is like, they're here to get us, and Obi-Wan correctly is like, no, Vader's here for me. And the response is, if you give yourself up, she did all of this for nothing. And it's like, I feel
To
like
be
she only
fair-
did the last 10 minutes for him.
Yeah. To be fair, I feel like they are here for us, though. We are the Resistance. You're just Kenobi. Stop thinking
Technically, they're
everything's
not the
about you.
Resistance, they're the Path. So there's
The
the
Path or
Resistance,
Resistance?
the Rebellion, and the Path. The Path is the Rebellion. Because the Resistance is the next one. Any Hoosier. So he basically goes, he's in fact surrender, he knows I'll do everything to protect these people, and then he does in fact surrender, but he does so with a reason. He is surrendering himself so that he can go and talk to Reva, which he steps through the door, which apparently isn't locked, and the stormtroopers grab him, thinking nothing of the fact that he walked out alone and all of that jazz, which, why would you think anything of that, you weirdo? You fucking creep. Speaking of fucking creeps, Leia is still moving around the same fucking wires The episode is now 24 minutes in. She's been in there for 14 minutes. And Obi-Wan is brought outside to all of the stormtroopers in handcuffs. Like, here he is handcuffed. I know it takes a second for you guys. Everybody who's watching on the video, you're in time with me, so I'm gonna keep going. Here's Reva. Kenobi is ours. Says it to everybody. Everybody hears her. And then eventually it's gonna give me another zoom out shot so that I can show the number of people who are here. Nope, that's not the zoom out shot that I wanted. She tells him he's gonna die. You're not bringing him to me. You're bringing me to him. I'm bringing him to you. And you can see everybody in the background. So everybody can hear this conversation. Just so we're all aware. Like, they know what's going on. Also, if I was Reva, I'd be worried that that fucking pin has a fucking microphone in it. But that would have been something you should have worried about earlier. This isn't over yet. And it's just like, how are you planning on fighting Vader with all of the stormtroopers present? Just wondering. Obi-Wan is appealing to her sense of, don't hurt children, which Reva doesn't have.
Why would she? Not like she was a child herself who got hurt by grown adults.
Like, look at they are surrounded by stormtroopers everywhere. And
why would I care about some damn kids?
We could end this together.
I don't know you creepy old man.
Which, as a reminder, he talked to her about this like 10 minutes ago before the stormtroopers ran the path shit.
Shit, cuz fucked you up real bad.
But her response is, what makes you think he won't see it coming? AKA the betrayal. His response, because all he'll see is me. Which is ironic when you consider what happens next. Because, if he's here, he's visible, it's very easy to, capture him. And when she sends her the reports like, hey, I captured Kenobi, he's going to expect him to be here, where they can see him. In front of all of these stormtroopers, including those two who are standing awkwardly by the gun. Also, Guy McGee right here is straight up flagging. Actually, these two in the back are just flagging the two directly in front of him grossly. This guy is flagging the Death Trooper. This guy is also flagging the Death Trooper. This guy is flagging this guy, who's also flagging the Death Trooper. Actually, this guy is flagging the Death Trooper directly behind the Death Trooper, who's the only one who's not aiming his gun, which I don't think they were in the last image that I just brought up. So she motions at Obi-Wan. They pick him up, and then they turn him around, and they walk back inside, and they close the door behind them. Like, why? Also, Obi-Wan and Anakin, younger Anakin and younger Obi-Wan, really are having full contact fencing with lightsabers. This really should have been done with sticks.
No. We have training lightsabers, but you have to spar with the real ones.
Your need for victory, Anakin, it blinds you. Then I think Anakin actively, So, by the way, Vader... Sorry, I hit it.
Victory. But, Master, I need to win to live.
So Vader is here. Vader proceeds to walk up, and he's just like, Reva, you captured Obi-Wan. Where is he? I don't see him.
Where he be, Joe?
There you go. Where is he? I've secured him inside, my lord. Let us remind everybody involved that inside are the path. That's their base inside. Through the doors that they sent him back through, instead of keeping him here with all of her troops, except for the two that are inside.
Don't worry, she trusts those two with her life.
That's a poor decision. Because
We're about to see why.
Ben Blicky murks him. Like,
These are the greatest two
literally
soldiers I've
inside,
ever
he
had.
just murked him. Just beats the shit out of them, steals one of their E11s, shoots him. Then he just runs back down the path, which he couldn't do if he was in front of all the other guards, and just goes back inside.
Crazy. This is crazy. Crazy. It's stupid.
So Leia finally finds it and starts to fix it, and then Leia comes out and he just hitting her instead of utilizing his saw, which we all saw that he had. Get it? They saw it. And Leia sees the little thing on him and pulls it off, and then his eye goes back to blue.
It was
He's
like,
a good
yo, I'm
guy
sorry
again.
for being evil. I don't know what the hell came over me. That shit was weird, dude.
Like, they didn't. They kept Obi-Wan really, really far inside, which she didn't say to do. Like, she literally just motioned inside. Also, Leia's apparently had a screwdriver this entire time, and she hasn't been using it.
Lord.
Leia fixes the door, though, and it opens. And this is the same time that Obi-Wan comes running back inside, like, oh my god. Also, there's a lock that they had on the door. Good thing they realized it was him. But yeah, Obi-Wan tells her good job. They all start running. Mr. Haja, or whatever his name was, I was in Eternals, drops Obi-Wan's communicator. That'll be important later. Darth Vader, I'm sure everyone's seen the clip at this point. The locked door just opens, by the way. They didn't put the lock back up for some reason. Darth Vader walks in the room, sees the ship, grabs the shit out of it easily, yanks it back into the floor, and rips the wall off.
You know, cool ass moment.
And a very cool moment. It's kind of like, oh, how did they get out of here then? It's just like, that's the ship. That's the ship they came back on. That's the ship that got out of here. And how did what happens? Because he's literally ripping off large chunks of this ship, and then a second ship takes off, and he just watches it leave. Once again, we have an example of Darth Vader using the Force, and then, like, the computer parts of him, it's like they replaced his brain with a computer, and sometimes he just has to buffer to decide what the fuck he's gonna do next.
He, the way I like to rationalize it is, he's playing a video game where he only has 100 points allocated for Force abilities, and he constantly uses 55 for his Force abilities, and has to wait for it to recharge.
Damn.
It's a terrible decision because he keeps ending up like this, looking at something and breathing as it escapes.
As I said, it's on cooldown. I already did it. I can't do it again.
That's right. Gotta wait for the bar to refill a little bit. Just a bit.
Like, that was a good ploy. It made me waste my abilities. Now they get to escape, and I gotta wait for the cooldown to come off so I can fuck them up. It's crazy. Cooldowns suck, man. That's why I play Mayhem.
But yeah, then it goes to the last flashback, and it shows Obi-Wan beating Anakin, and Anakin looking all sad about it because he's an edgelord. Then it comes back to Vader breathing, just not zooming in, kind of zooming down on his mask. He's just standing there breathing. And then Reva, like, slowly walks up behind him, holding her lightsaber. She's like, oh my god, is Reva gonna stab? No one thinks she's gonna get Anakin. And she goes for the most telegraphed fucking strike that she could do with this. Because instead of going for, like, just pointing her lightsaber at him and activating it, she, like, raises it up above her head, screams and swings. And Vader's just like, oh ho ho, I have the Force, bitch. My meter recharged while you were sneaking.
Let me block this attack real quick.
She just
without looking like it.
kind like at this point I continuously find myself questioning. What the
No,
fuck
no,
did she think Obi-Wan was gonna do? Because I can't imagine she thought that he was gonna get in a ship and fly away. Because she could have just said at any point in time then, hey, I've got Ben Blicky. He's just inside. Come on. Come down and help me get him.
still.
Like, she couldn't have not expected him to stay back and help fight Vader. But she, like, doesn't even seem to look for Obi when she does this. She does immediately, like, yes, now that he's in here and none of the stormtroopers followed for some reason, I can kill him.
Yep.
And so she starts to fight Anakin, and thank God they made one good fighting decision in this show, and Reva stands absolutely zero chance. Like, he is toying with her in this fight, and it's... The fact that he is toying with her is one of the better parts of the series. Just the way that he is just lightly stepping to either side as she swings, like not even bothering to draw his own lightsaber, is good. In a vacuum, ignoring like the actual like fight choreography, it is good. But unfortunately I can't do that.
I ain't gonna lie. The best thing I could say for it is, if I read this, this would be great.
Yeah. I actually super agree. The issue with this one, the issue with this issue is not actually the writers, it's the choreographers. Because I think that whoever is in charge of the choreography of Star Wars knew a guy who knew a guy, and he has the job. Because, like, twice in this show, there have been moments where people have literally been in sword fights, and they've ended up standing back to back. And, like, they're not friends, they're fighting each other. Like, Reva just dances around him, and then she's behind him, and he keeps swinging at her behind. It's like, she literally is sitting down at one point. Like, none of this is how sword fighting works. And then he steals her lightsaber again, and he's got two now, and he's like, ha 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 ha, bitch. And then he kind of steps up to her. She is just breathing, and all of a sudden she's like, oh my god, it's just like the thing. And my older sister actually brought up a really good point. She thought that it would actually have been a lot better if she didn't know that Anakin was Darth Vader, and that she just thought Darth Vader was a crony who replaced Anakin. But in that moment where she is defeated there and seeing him walk up, like, those flashbacks were her actually remembering and going, oh my god, this is actually him.
It's been for round two.
Well, that's just because, she's the better writer.
One more time?
The suggestion works great because, she's a better writer.
Yeah.
And the power of hindsight's amazing.
I don't know if this counts as hindsight. The only hindsight you need is that Reva wants revenge.
It counts as hindsight, yes.
Yeah. Any hindsight is hindsight, fortunately.
Yep.
What's important here, though, is that this entire scene thematically is fine.
I don't agree. I don't agree that entirely the thematics are fine. Because I feel like the entirety of the setup for this scene is botched.
Oh!
Like, everything from the fact that Darth Vader and Reva are alone in this room, alone, doesn't make any sense. The fact that directly before this, Obi-Wan gave himself up and was taken outside in front of all the stormtroopers, but then was brought inexplicably back inside, back around that corner that we saw, where he could then very easily beat up those two guards and then go back inside, is just like, what's the plan here? And the fact that Obi-Wan got to do that because he told Reva that, allow me to help you, because all he will see when you do this is he'll see me. But Obi-Wan is literally never there for Darth Vader to see.
Yeah.
The only part of it that works is the idea of, you know, when they're fighting, he is just easily avoiding her attempts. Like, that part isn't close, and that works. But that's very, very low on the priority of things. Especially when, again, the actual steps of the fight don't work. Also, I had a realization for a comment I wanted to make about the whole hindsight is 2020 thing. The only hindsight we're doing is like an editor's hindsight.
Yeah.
So maybe if Disney just utilized editors instead of just printing the first draft and going, it's perfect, then we'd get better Star Wars content.
Well, I mean, this is the others after, the directors and everything. Like, someone has to watch this before they put it out. And someone said, yeah, this is okay. And then someone else said, yeah, this is okay. And then someone else said, yeah, this is okay. And then the fans said, this was not okay. And they're like, yes.
Anyway, so she gets stabbed in the chest, and, you know, I know we just watched someone get shot in the stomach in that exact same spot that she was just stabbed, and she, like, basically bled to death on the spot. And it really looks like Reva's in a lot of danger of dying. But you'll all see. Hey, if I pulls the rug out from under her, did you really believe I didn't see it, youngling? You fool! I knew the whole time. He doesn't laugh or say that part, but it would be funny if he did. So Reva's just kind of laying on the ground dying, and then we have my favorite moment where the Grand Inquisitor comes back.
Hello. Hashtag still not dead, bitch.
He just walks in and is just like, how are you alive? And it's never acknowledged. And he just goes,
Clone Wars,
hello,
baby.
third sister. And she just laying on the ground like, oh my god, it's you. His whole explanation for how he's alive is revenge does wonders for the will to live, don't you think?
Yeah, look at Maul.
Shut up, don't put Maul into this.
Or yeah, look at Reva.
Now,
He is the poster child for it in the Star Wars universe.
I'm just going to take a very quick moment to acknowledge this. There are ways to do character death and endangerment. It saddens me that over time, Star Wars has become the prime example of what not to do when it comes to character death and endangerment. Because it's literally just like, they're totally dead. You believe me, right? No, I don't believe you. What do you mean? I mean, I literally looked at that bitch's dead body, and you're like, nope, live. Like, it's not even every character is Schrodinger's cat. This is like Schrodinger's character. They're never actually dead. They're just, like, assumed to be dead until they show back up on screen. Because everybody knows the rebel death from all. Apparently that wasn't enough either. Chopped in the desert, actually still alive, technically, according to many stories.
Listen.
How, once again, eat sand.
Yep.
But yeah, getting back into it, because we're nearly done with this episode. And he just walks up, steals his pen back, says, I'll leave you where I found you, in the gutter. And then he puts the pen back on, he goes, goodbye. And one of my favorite videos on the internet right now is as simple as the Grand Inquisitor shows up, goes hello, then says goodbye, and leaves.
And then he goes off to start Rebels.
Hello.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Then he walks away.
I got what I wanted. My pen back.
And then actually, him and Darth Vader walk away. And you know, I decided to watch a couple of scenes of the Grand Inquisitor in Rebels just so I could figure out what people from Rebels say they're missing. And I gotta say, I kind of liked his duelist stance. It was cool. A lot of him was cringe still, but you know, it was better. I just hate when I can point at Rebels and be like, why didn't you do that? Rebels isn't any kind of a standard. Gold, silver, or bronze. It's wood.
Damn. What Rebel do to you?
It's the wood.
I didn't watch Rebels, so I don't know the goods or bads or the ins or outs.
So, just getting back into the episode. So Reva, she's still alive, and she grabs her lightsaber, and she's down here on the ground, crying like a bitch. And she looks over, and somehow, at this distance, she sees the communicator, the holo projector. And she goes,
That perception roll was 20.
Oh, whoa, what's this?
That's right.
And
Buried in the sand?
so Obi-Wan is kind of sitting here, and he's just like, Darth Vader is still following us. And he also is like, something is wrong. So Reva crawls all the way over to the holo projector, and she activates it, and it shows the last message from Bail Organa, in which not all the messages there. If he's found you, if he's learned of the children, I'll head to Tatooine. And then the next line, Owen Wih. And then the message cuts out.
This must be that farm I found on episode 2. There's no
Yes.
one else. It's another
Episode 1.
Big planet. Oh no.
Episode 1, as a reminder, she is standing in a crowd, points at Owen Lars, and goes, "You know something." How does she know that? Fuck if I know. She's good at telling liars.
He was very standoffish. The only
they're
people
all
who
said
know
she
something
literally just cut off
standoffish.
someone's hand.
Nah. He should have been telling me everything he knew about the Jedi at that point. But I don't know anything about the Jedi. I like his story.
Fine, whatever.
And she asks him in that moment in episode 1, "What's your name?" "Owen." "Got a family, Owen?" "My family is of no concern." So she happened to have gone to Tatooine, somehow happened to be in the right place to see Owen, just so happened to walk up and speak to Owen. Bail messaged Obi-Wan when he was worried that he might be captured, said he was going to Tatooine to talk to Owen, which, if they just had the communicator, has now incriminated anyone who lives on Tatooine named Owen to have something important involving a child. And she just so happens, Obi-Wan just so happens to have given that to someone, that someone just so happens to have dropped it, and she just so happens to have fallen over and seen that it's there. Ignoring all of that, I feel like we need to discuss the fact of what Reva is going to decide to do next. Because Reva decides she's going to go and hunt this child, which Vader knows nothing about. He knows nothing about this child. The child had nothing to do with Darth Vader.
Anything.
Like, it didn't have anything to do with Darth Vader. 100% had to deal with Obi-Wan. So she has no idea about the connection between Leia, Luke. She doesn't have any connection actually about the connection between Leia and Luke. says the children, which she, if we're going to be kind, we can assume that she understands that those two are related in some way, whether it's by blood or just in some sort of way, maybe the force sensitivity, because she could tell that Leia was force sensitive. That's all fine.
Or maybe you just put one and one together that Bell Organa is talking about Owen, and they're talking about children. He has a family, and Bell has a family, and these kids definitely ain't these people's kids.
Yes, and
The
it's well known
kids must
fact that
be
Leia is adopted.
simple math.
But she takes Leia to get Obi-Wan, to get Darth Vader to go after Obi-Wan. Her next action is going to be to go and hunt Luke and attempt to kill Luke. Like, not to capture Luke. She fully planned to kill Luke.
Yep.
And her entire reasoning for that is that there is some sort of connection between Luke and Leia, which gets to Obi-Wan. But the person who she does not like is Darth Vader, who she now knows she cannot defeat by herself. So if anything, if she still wants to defeat Vader, why is now not the time that she is thinking, you know what, maybe I should try and find Obi-Wan so that he can teach me, so that we can fight Vader together?
No.
Because her whole thing, this entire show, has been revealed that she wants to kill Vader. She is doing the bidding of Vader to get close to him. Then once she is out of the loop, she is now kicked out of the Inquisitors, she's been stabbed in the stomach, left for dead, she finds out that there is someone who is close to Obi-Wan on Tatooine, a kid, who has to do with Owen Lars. So her response is to go to Tatooine to kill that child who's related to Lars and has some connection to Obi-Wan. Where the fuck is the logic of this?
The simple logic is, fuck 'em. That's why.
She has no actual beef against... Her biggest beef against Obi-Wan is where were you? Which, again, he was killing General Grievous. Attempting to end the Clone Wars.
Long story short, could not physically be there even if he tried.
I know what Kaiser wants. Now, this ain't me being mean to Kaiser. I'm just being specific on what Kaiser will want. He wants Kazuma to be that main character. Where were you? Bitch, I was fighting someone else. I was out there saving the galaxy. I can't get to you on time. If I could have, I would have. Shit, you think I wanted y'all to die? What, you think I just liked seeing kids die? Hell no. When I felt that in the Force, I was grieving after I killed Grievous.
And then I thought I killed my own fucking brother.
Shit, I got revenge for you. I'm the one who beat his ass afterwards. Where were you? Oh, right, bleeding on the ground.
Where were you when all your friends died? Oh, that's right, you were standing there, looking scared, like a bitch.
You can see why this version of Obi-Wan is not for the kids.
No, very obvious. Oh wait, sorry. Don't worry about it. It's all family friendly.
You just hit him with that Cosmo, those equal rights.
You're gonna trigger all the kids who have parents that like to do the pain Olympics, as it's called.
You should have stopped at parents. To trigger all the kids' parents.
True.
Sorry, it doesn't cut off at that point. It's just we need help with the boy. But Obi-Wan can tell something is wrong because he senses the malicious intent that Reva has towards the child.
In the Force.
Yes. I love it that this person who was traumatized by someone killing children is ready to kill children.
This is me watching this scene.
The cycle of violence.
Yep. Sometimes the person who's abused becomes a new abuser. Sometimes, Jesus.
This is me watching
Sometimes
this scene.
media portrays it not right. Not right. Not right.
Right.
Right. Doug came in on that shit.
It's dramatic music. It shows the Lars farm, and then it shows Luke. And that's the end of that episode. This fucking 20 minutes of fucking credits. Oh, fuck. I just realized I forgot to mention something. Shit, let me control the episode. No! Thank you. When was it? What was the time? Leia fixes the shit at almost exactly 28 minutes into the episode. It takes real time 10 minutes of her sitting in there to actually fix the fucking issue, which was literally plugging in one thing that was directly in front of her the entire time that she only couldn't find until Lola came out and attempted to beat her up without using the saw.
A very accurate 10-year-old. It took me 10 minutes to fix it too. And it still wouldn't have got done. I'm 10, and you sent me to fix electronics that I have no
You
idea
asked for
about.
the ladder!
Yeah, you ain't supposed to trust me. I'm 10.
But I trust Obi-Wan.
Well, that's your fault.
But Obi-Wan trusts you.
That's his fault. I'm 10.
A trustworthy 10-year-old. Alright, but here's the question.
Shit, I ran away from him and jumped off a roof as a good solution. Why would you trust me? And then I begged for his help after I jumped off the roof.
Why does
I'm
Obi-Wan
not
trust her?
that smart.
He's
I'm
all,
10.
I'm
I gotta
10.
be the Raas. I gotta be Raas if Raas ain't gonna be here.
Well,
You
that actually
trusted
does
me, a
bring me
10-year-old.
to my next question. I know we only made it through one episode, but it is also 10:30 for you guys, and we've been going for 3 hours.
Jesus.
Technically, the stream has been going for longer than that. I don't know how long the stream has been going. I think it's been going for about 3.5 hours. Technically, there's a pause in there in the middle. Do we want to get into episode 6, or do we want to just wait for next week and make this a 3-parter and allow Raas to return?
We can get to episode 6 so we can get something going.
One more time?
We can get into episode 6 so we can get something new going.
Yep. We can finish this.
Alright. So, episode 6. Open. Obviously, it's the refreshing everything. All the fucking bullshit. Use the Force twice. Seriously, though, if Darth Vader uses the Force twice in any of these episodes, he wins.
Well, tell him to stop having a cool down.
So, the episode begins on Tatooine, and somehow... we've got Mr. Largeman, you got something to say again. And someone does have something to say this time. Not the guy he's talking to. But guess who's here?
Who could it be?
Somehow, Reva's already here.
So from what we can see, Obi-Wan definitely could have made it.
So, here's the question. How the fuck did she get here? They didn't leave her ship. The only other ship in the fucking place was destroyed by Darth Vader.
If I may, headcanon time.
Ooh.
The ability to murder children in the Star Wars universe is the intention. The mere even utterance of that being your plan helps manifest and align the universe to such a way that guides you to that objective. So when she said, "I'm going to kill this child," even internally, not external dialogue, I'm sure the universe was like, "Ah, here's a ship. Go off, queen."
No.
McQueen. No. Strongly disagree.
I'm gonna lodge a formal disagreement.
You lodge a formal disagreement with your mama and the Force.
My mother's a lawyer. I don't think we want to lodge a formal disagreement with her.
It's the Force versus the Kaiser family.
I don't think it's gonna make the court date. We win by default. They're in a galaxy
That's
far,
what
far
George
away that they
Lucas.
can't get out of.
That's what Lucas Arts do.
It's just, oh no! It's just the Lucas Arts lawyers. They're like, what are we being sued for? the Force likes to kill children. I mean, that's just true. Why are we defending this?
No, we can't let anyone slander us, truth or not.
Counter Sim.
So yeah, Reva
Yeah.
walks up to this water merchant, I guess, takes off her hood, and oh my god, her dreads are slightly messed up. Still a beautiful lady walking around with slightly messed up dreads, I guess.
Don't need them. She
And
on that
then
revenge kick.
we
She's homeless.
and then we cut back to Obi-Wan, and you might be asking yourself, well, if Obi-Wan is currently if Reva has made it to Tatooine, then I guess Obi-Wan must have gotten pretty far. No, he's literally still being chased by the Star Destroyer.
So that's why I hate when they don't give me a proper timeline of events. Like, how long has it been? A day? 5 seconds? A month?
Feels like 5 seconds.
That's why I got so confused in the good old Dark Knight. What was the last one?
Uh,
The one with Bane.
the Batman, Dark Knight Rising.
Probably, yeah. Yeah, because he rises out the hole. That's a joke there. Maybe. It's called Dark Knight Rising because he rises out of a hole.
That's
Yeah, they
dumb.
gave me no date, so I had no clue what the fuck was happening, when it was happening, or why it was
When you
happening.
get the dates, it's worse.
Never had the dates.
They
Like, literally, Batman get out of a hole, now he's back in Gotham, and there's snow on the ground. Has it been 7 months? It was just summer.
Yeah, when you actually have the timeline for what happened there, it's again, it's just worse. You don't want the timeline.
I really do.
Look it up on the internet. Also, Vader just goes increase firepower, and I'm like, what? You
Well,
guys,
look, Kylo got it from someone.
fire
More.
more, more. I love the memes of that scene. I don't like that scene. I love the memes of that scene.
More.
But yeah, Vader is they it increased the firepower, I guess. Looks basically the same. Except they do finally get touched a bit by the lasers. And there's, all the families and kids like, oh my god, what are you doing? And Obi-Wan says, I need to leave. And as a note, it's 4 minutes in when Obi-Wan was like, I need to leave because they'll follow me. And they're like, we need more time. We're not going to make it at this point. And Lola was like, Lola's scared.
You did this. You convict.
But yeah, then it jumps out over to Luke and Owen, and they're at the part store because Luke broke. What did he break? He needs
My
a new
heart.
belt for a speeder. A certain somebody broke the last one, says Owen. The store owner says, your uncle's a patient man. And Owen's response is, not that patient.
Well, what? You gonna sell me?
Sell you like someone sold your dad? The water seller then proceeds to tell Owen that he sold him out. He's like, I told her where you were, where you lived. I told her your street address, your favorite cookie. Your
Yo,
favorite.
you a snitch.
I told you. I told her what whether you liked mineral or purified water. Obi-Wan explains to the people that he needs to leave. They're like, oh my god, what the fuck? You can't leave. It's like, yeah, yes, I can. What the fuck are you talking about?
Like, y'all don't need me anymore. I saved you.
I also can't do anything in a ship.
I mean, could you force crush the destroyer?
No.
Not how it works. It's not how any of this works.
Owen returns with Luke, and he says, "Hey, they know where we are." And I think Owen says that they need to move, and Baru is like, "No."
Nah.
Also, they're in the same place, but somehow she managed to get to the planet in a quarter of a second, but she can't get to their fucking house in a day.
Yeah, that's what I thought was crazy. I was like, wait, so he learned that they were going to be attacked, got home, told everyone, got the defenses, and she waited till nightfall? Bitch, you are a
She
Jedi. You
literally
can
is
go
a
in
video
broad
game
daylight.
character.
Yeah.
You can go in broad daylight and beat their ass.
You weren't. There was no problem doing that back when you were an Inquisitor. Last time you were on this very same planet, so
Yeah, you were already threatening to do it.
if I may, one of the things that's also kind of strange is that like I'm not sure what's with all of the cloak and dagger of her being here with the hoodie and stuff on when they don't know that she's a disowned member of the Inquisition. She could just walk in with the armor and be like, "Owen,
So,
where is he?" And they'll just point in the direction because they want her gone.
Baru kind of is talking some wild shit, by the way.
look,
Like,
she ready to go.
well, Owen is like, "We need to leave," and she's like, "Where are we gonna go? The desert?" And he's just like, "We can't stay here. We need more people to defend this place." And she's like, "No, we're enough. You and me." And then she pulls a fucking pipe out of the wall and then hands him a gun.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You do the shooting, I do the looting.
Look at this.
It's like a snub-nosed with a sniper scope, and I'm just like, what the? Who fucking
Look,
made this?
she did. She ready to go. Oh, and bring that ass.
It's time to bring the heat. Owen and Leia talk. Not Owen and Leia. Sorry, Ben and Leia talk. Obi-Wan gives her the gun pouch of the nice lady who died.
R.I.P.
I made a joke that she should put Lola in it, and she does later.
Yeah.
O'Shea tells Obi-Wan, "You shouldn't leave," and he's like, "No, I'm gonna leave." He's like, "I don't think you should. We need you in the Resistance." He goes, "Yeah, but right now we're gonna die if I don't do this." And so he gets in the escape pod, and Darth Vader is like, "Oh my god, oh, it was in the escape pod." And the Inquisitor's like, "My lord, we must continue our pursuit of the insurgents." And to the surprise of, let me check my watch, no one, Darth Vader was like, "Fuck that, Obi, I'm gonna kill him.
Lord.
I'm gonna kill the shit out of him." Because they say we cannot prioritize just one Jedi. And he goes, "That's not just one Jedi. He's the man that made me like this. Except for he wasn't. I did this to me. But also he did this. But I also did it. We're both at
We
fault.
both
But
did it.
mostly me and him."
I mean, I didn't cut off my limbs. I'm just saying. That was an unnecessary step. He took it too far. We were playing games and he took it too far. You were killing children. I'm sorry,
Listen,
can
I
I
killed
you?
like 47 children, and all of a sudden that's the only thing I've ever done.
Shit, you know how many people I killed?
You
Shit.
know how many men, women, and children I killed when I was dealing with the Tusken Raiders? It's a
My
lot.
war crimes are crazy, yo.
Yo, have you ever committed a war crime? It's actually kind of cool. Any hooser. Um, yes, so Darth Vader tells the ship to follow, Mr. Ben Blicky. And they do. They turn an entire Star Destroyer after this escape pod. And so Obi-Wan runs away. Also, he actually leaves at about 11 minutes in. So it took him 7 minutes to be like, I'm leaving. And now I've left. It's nighttime now on Tatooine. And Beru takes Luke into the back room. Owen comes to. And they claim that it's because they're Tusken Raiders and they're doing as their namesake says, raiding again.
A Tuscan again.
Apparently, it's a known thing that Tusken Raiders attack, by the way, that the children are supposed to just run away. And I'm like, damn. You'd think that the Tuskens would take advantage of that strategy by now.
The kids run away right into more raiders.
Well, they do that, and then the Raiders just walk up to the farm like, hey, I got your kid.
We're gonna
Give me
raid
what
them.
I want. And so as Obi-Wan is flying away, he's ducking, dipping, diving, and dodging. He kind of just turns over to the side, and the Star Destroyer follows, and then bam, there's a planet. When did it get there? Who knows? But it's there now. And Darth Vader says, prepare my ship. I will face him alone. Then there's more Darth Vader breathing, and the Inquisitor kind of just looks over her shoulder like, dead ass? What if I want to fight him?
No.
No. He doesn't actually say any of that, but it would have been funny if he did. So Obi-Wan lands, kind of has a sit-down thank. He finds Lola in his pocket. I'm sorry, the fight between Florida and Philly is actually in the final map on the final part of the stage, and it's an double overtime on a control map at 99 to 99. So I'm just like, who the fuck's gonna win? And I'm trying to talk about Obi-Wan. At the same time, Jesus Christ, Zest is going crazy.
Focus.
Listen, it's fucking bananas out here. I think the Philly might actually have it. Philly won.
Yeah, go Philly.
Nice.
So yeah, he has a little sit down. The Lars family is like, oh shit, she's here. Then it comes back to Darth Vader as he lands. He gets out. Obi-Wan is waiting for him to have a little Texas standoff. Darth Vader walks on forward. Is a cool little trailer shot if that's what you need. And then they kind of walk up, and I can't remember if they say anything at this point. Oh yeah, will you? Are you going to kill me? I will do what I must. Have you come to destroy me, Obi-Wan? Also, you're the one that came here. I will do what I must. And then like the music starts, and it's like more vocals. You will try. Oh,
And
then you will
you
die. Sorry, that's a
will
different movie, an actual
die.
good movie. And they get into their fight. There's some swinging, some dodging. They're continuing to swing lightsabers like they're fucking baseball bats. It's all right. There's something that I've talked to you guys about that I'm now going to talk about on stream. When you are sword fighting, one of the most important things you are doing is you have to measure your distance. Now, that doesn't mean that you pull out a ruler or anything and you try and figure out how far away you are. But if you look at how close these two are, any movement that they do, they can hit each other's torsos. Not just like they can kind of reach each other. Obi-Wan's lightsaber is at Darth Vader's legs. If he does any kind of body motion forward, like any kind of a lean forward, and he flicks his wrist to the side, he's cut off Anakin's leg again.
Oops.
When you're doing a lot of sword fighting, a lot of your first moves are actually going to be done outside of range. You're actually throwing moves in an attempt to get your opponent to try and block and counter so that you can counter their counter, because from where you're standing you want to be at a distance so that when they throw their counter you don't have to do anything, or you don't have to do much to be out of the range of it. You don't want to have to actively like make a movie dodge, but if you can be at a distance to where one of the major things done in Bolognese fencing is you give your opponent openings. Like, you will stand in a position, you'll do an attack, and you will essentially pretend to lower your guard to the point that they have the opportunity to come in and attack you. But you're not actually lowering your guard. You're just allowing yourself to look like you're out of guard. Like, oh no, I've overswung. You fool! As they come in to try and counter. And I'm not saying that every fight has to have that sort of thing, but my god, do they need to not be standing at the point that they are already essentially touching each other with their blades. Like, they're standing so close they could hug each other. And once again, whoever choreographs the fights for this series loves it when people are back to back. Fucking look at the scream on Ben's face. Once again, Obi-Wan is just me.
Listen, Darth Vader's throwing that thing back and Ben can't.
It looks like a party.
God, I hate
Like
it so
Obi-Wan
much.
looks plastered.
Who have they watched fight to where they think that on multiple occasions people are gonna swing so hard they end up back to back with someone else, and they're turning to strike over their shoulder without just, I don't know, taking a step forward and turning around? It's so fucking stupid. And if this is one of those things that catches on, I'm just gonna be annoyed at everything. But yeah, that ends. Reva's at the Lars farm. She's walking around like, Owen pulls up the gat, aims. She activates the lightsaber. She kind of just starts walking around like, oh, hello, Luke. Lukey boy. Baru is also there with a gun. I don't know if hers has a
I
scope or
have
what the
some
fuck the difference
country
is.
for you.
I'm just here to say hi. I hear you know Ben Kenobi. Then he misses. Like, she doesn't block it. He just straight up misses. Also, apparently he was standing on the stairs the whole time, which is like, how the fuck did you not notice him standing on the stairs? Owen?
Okay, so the person who did the choreograph for Darth Vader, just Darth Vader, is Joan Jensen.
Have they done
I'm
any
trying
other?
to find Avatar, End of Watch, I Hate My Teenage Daughter, Pony, Max,
Wait,
CSI.
I'm making sure I heard your sentence correctly. She only did the choreography for just Vader the character?
He is the movement coach for Darth Vader.
Who's the movement coach for Obi-Wan?
Probably the full
More
choreographer. I'm trying to
importantly,
find out
more
who
importantly,
they
why are
are.
there guys, you're gonna have to help me. Oh, you're gonna have to hopefully help me answer this question. Why are there individual coordinators for
It might be because they're trying to make sure that Hayden Christensen is, and this is just me spitballing, so word choice is just me spitballing. They're trying to make sure he moves like Darth Vader. Because Darth Vader does have a certain way that he moves around, because his suit is very heavy. He's entirely mechanical, but he has a very rigid fighting style, because he is,
right?
large, but
Yeah.
also because of the depth of because of the way that things have been flushed out about um why am I blanking on words so hard? Sorry.
Or is it difficult?
because of the amount of flushing out that has been done for the forms of lightsaber combat, my hope would be that this person also has done the same research into the lightsaber forms, and so they know that, like, these are the types of aggressive moves that you would be using with Form 4, which is what Anakin used, but also you have to use a combination of a couple of different styles because the suit limits your movement, so you cannot be as hyper aggressive as you used to be able to be as mostly human.
Right.
All that stuff that you learned with Anakin, yeah, it's gone. Oh, oh, well, you're familiar.
Okay.
And
Stunt performance.
any
I'm
other
getting
questions
close.
before I continue?
No, that's it.
So moving on, they're dueling. They're continuing to look awful. There's some sparks flying. They're swinging. Obi-Wan does this thing where he has a grip on the sword where both of his hands are facing the same way instead of having an over under grip, which I'm just like, why do you keep doing that? Why do you keep going half reverse grip? You That's not a way that people fight with swords. Maybe there is
I
some
remember you
obscure
doing that
fighting.
in the old one.
Maybe there is an obscure fighting style where that is a thing, but my god, is it annoying that he keeps doing it. There is a cool moment where he starts to force pull a rock onto Vader, and Vader goes, "Ah ha ha! I see your strength has returned, but the weakness." And then it's just gone. He force pushes the rock, and it's just light years away instantaneously, which is cool, despite the fact that well, Darth Vader is not as force powerful as Anakin Skywalker. Funnily enough, Darth Vader is less powerful than what Anakin was on the Battle of Mustafar. The cybernetics actually get in the way a bit of his force abilities, and it limits him. Like, if Obi-Wan had not done what he did and Anakin remained on the path of darkness, it would have been really bad for the universe. And yet, here we are. Moving on. They continue their fight. I don't know exactly how Darth Vader hits Obi-Wan in the face, but he does. Like, I just looked at it and I don't actually know what he hit him in the face with. I'm gonna look at it again. I think
Python.
he punched him, but like it's a real weird angle. So they're doing the little clash. I think he does a back block, then brat. It looks like maybe it was a really bad stage punch. They get into a clash. He pulls a rock that hits his leg. That actually is another thing that I really liked. Just using the force in actual like ways that aren't directly affecting your opponent, because you shouldn't be able to use the force to directly affect an opponent who also has the force. But anyway, Darth Vader force uses the ground and it creates little chasms where he had a very great opportunity to be like, I have the high ground. And then he throws a bunch of rocks onto him. And he just keeps doing that. And he's like, ha ha ha, you're gonna die, but we're gonna bury you alive. I'd like the high ground now. It's mine.
More rocks.
You'll
Pettiness.
forever be on the low ground now because I buried you. I buried you, Obi-Wan.
More pettiness.
Did you truly think you could defeat me? You have failed, Master. Then he leaves.
Did you know that the children had a singular stunt double? Also, they needed a stunt double.
Well, I mean, there was a lot of death.
There's also a lot of running.
Anyway,
And
back to the Lars farm. Lars gets hit. Sorry, Owen gets hit by a box, and Raven is like, ha ha ha. And there is actually, I'm gonna be honest. Like, of all characters, I did not expect to say this. Of all the characters shown in this, the only person whose status improved in my eyes from any of the other Star Wars stuffs is Owen. Owen didn't really have any like positive or negative points to me. He's just very much a tertiary character. He just existed in the Star Wars universe to me. And the ferocity with which he does actually defend Luke, I like, and also the fact that Reva, while fighting him, goes, "You really love him, like he's your own," and the response is, "He is my own."
Damn, they don't have adoption in space. Also, like literally his nephew, great nephew.
Yeah, but also good guy Owen. I like good guy Owen. He a good guy. Also, I'm grasping at straws for things to be happy about. And then he starts fighting her with a... I don't know what this is. It's a big stick. Which he's also attempting to use a big stick to fight someone with a lightsaber. He actually manages to hit her, though, which is a surprise. And then he punches her in her stab wound. She tries to cut him in half. Then she uses the force on him instead of actually hurting him. She busts up his knee. Baru fucking baps the shit out of Reva. Luke climbs up through a hole in the ceiling. And then he's just running into the desert. Reva comes out the door and she looks. For some reason, she puts her hood back on. More cloak and dagger shit. And she starts running after him. And Luke's just running. Luke's like, I'm out of here. Uncle told me to run. Here I go.
Goodbye.
Meanwhile, back on where the fuck this planet, the rock planet, Obi-Wan's buried, but he's used the Force to keep himself alive. And he's using the Force to not be crushed, but he's weakening. The rocks are closing in. And then he does the protagonist. You gotta have a montage moment. And there are a lot of options for what he could montage. This show decides that what he needs a montage of for his motivation to not lose is 90% Leia, 10% Luke. And also, rewatching it, the fact that this is the longest held shot is real creepy. Not a fan of this being the longest held shot, and directly before it shows her like rubbing his hand. It's just like this a little weird, guys. Could have done.
She's like a daughter to me.
What kind of daughter do you have?
I raised that girl by giving her away.
I raised that girl by literally posing as her mother was force choked. I still remember Obi-Wan. Just like Pepperidge
I
Farm
was there.
remembers.
I watched it.
I watched you, Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Drop her, Anakin. Drop her.
Let her go, Anakin. No, Anakin, seriously, let her go.
Anakin, you love her. You can't be doing this.
But, those visions of that, those children is enough, and he just force pushes his way out of the hole, and then he starts running through, and Darth Vader is just strolling back away, having not learned Obi-Wan's lesson of actually finish off your fucking opponent.
Remember, he taught me compassion in the last episode. Were you not paying attention?
Not that closely, I guess. And
He
then he
says, you can't just go around killing people. You gotta show mercy, Anakin. So I just buried you. I ain't kill you.
he didn't teach him that episode the last lesson. He taught him that like 20 years ago.
Yeah, see, that was literally just yesterday in that flashback.
No. But then Darth Vader kind of stops and like, interesting. And then he turns around and Obi-Wan is there and he's already swinging. And so they're back at it again. Fucking lightsabers. Vroom, vroom. Fucking Obi-Wan's doing lightsaber go boom. They're doing Obi-Wan's spinning more. He's using the Force more, and apparently, he is Jesus because the infamous T-pose with rocks and dramatic music. Uh, it it's so dumb because he just picks up these rocks and he's Darth Vader is very slowly getting up, and then he just starts throwing them at him. It's not even throwing them at him that hard, and most of them are like pebble sized. They're just like, ow, ow, fuck, ow, dude, stop it, dude, stop, quit it. I said quit it.
Effort.
You get
Look
back
at
into
it.
the fight, then it cuts over to Reva, and Reva is still sprinting after this child.
She's full of murderous intent.
But then
We're also back to the point in the show where small children are still outrunning grown adults. This small child on a desert planet is outrunning this force user
very easily,
who
and
who was shown earlier, and I understand she got stabbed, whatever, but it was shown earlier to run on rooftops with all the parkour in the world.
God, that was so stupid. Why you
And
gotta
it did
remind
not
me of
come
that
back.
Catwoman shit?
Because it didn't come back for this, chasing after this small child. Where was it?
Why wasn't she doing flips and force pulling the rocks out of the way?
Like, I understand. Again, she was stabbed. Same exact time, you're running. You wasn't that stabbed. Someone that was that stabbed couldn't be running and not was even Kylo Ren had to beat his chest for a minute.
Yeah.
He got shot by Chewbacca.
Really interesting pause face on accident here.
You look, there is no good pause face half the time, especially like if someone's talking or moving. There's no good pause face.
Do you see the pause face?
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so they're still fighting. Uh, the Luke is up on like the third floor of a building. Uh, Obi-Wan starts for some reason he flips his lightsaber around so that instead of stabbing Anakin when he does this, he just punches him in the chest with the pommel of his lightsaber. And Darth Vader kind of just takes it mostly. Then there's another rock throw and dodge, and somehow the slash that he does. Oh, never mind. That one just cuts across his back. He gets up again, does a little block, force push back again. Oh no! And then they have one more exchange. Obi-Wan leaps, slashes, hits the helmet, doesn't hit Anakin's face, but it cuts open his helmet so that he can see Anakin's face.
Anakin?
Yeah, much like everyone else when Anakin's
Yeah.
mask gets cut open, he does in fact go, Anakin.
And then it's like, you already knew it was me. But I'm gonna beat that ass anyway. Come here, bullet.
It's just... It's... I'm not entirely against it. It's just getting annoying that literally this is everyone's response. I wasn't expecting Anakin. It's like, what the... You knew!
Like, Didn't Ahsoka do it as well?
Yeah, but Ahsoka didn't actually know that it was Anakin.
Yeah. Though I would have loved it. I would have loved it. If I understand Darth Vader, different character, well, not fuck it. I would love it if I didn't see it, but if I remember correctly, he didn't do it. When it gets cut open and she goes Anakin, I wanted him to just say in the deepest Darth Vader voice, just James Earl Jones, Snips.
Yeah, he does not say Snips.
Yeah, because it's the idea that looking at old canon, Lord Vader's really petty. Like that's a part of Anakin he kept. He's really petty,
Mm-hmm.
and
Darth,
I would love to see more pettiness in him.
get, getting back into this, um, Obi-Wan, Darth Vader responds to being called Anakin, says, Anakin is gone, I am what remains. Um, and I, I think I mentioned this to my older sister, not on stream or to you guys. Ian McGregor does still do an extremely good fucking job as this character. There are multiple
Yeah,
scenes where he kind of grabs me by my fucking nose, just fingers right in the nostrils and drags me along with him. And his delivery in this scene actually is one of those moments where it feels like he's pulling me back in, where he is looking at Anakin like this. There's all fucking sad Ben Blicky and shit. And he
so my friend, so my
he
friend is
just,
truly gone.
look, no, he doesn't say that one yet. Um, he just being all teary eyed like a bitch goes, I'm sorry.
I forgive you.
Yeah,
Just-
we'll
and
get
then they
into
go
it.
back to being best friends.
We'll get into it. That
Join
that
your
it
existence, man, guys. Y'all know Andy.
that is a meme. Yeah,
Jar Jar shows up. I'm back. Misa back, everybody.
and then they all shoot
Andy,
him.
what happened?
Yeah, they tag team do triple somersaults towards him and slice him with the lightsabers.
And he says, I'm sorry, Anakin, for all of it. And that line very clearly is referring to much more than Mustafar and when he cut off all of his limbs. Obi-Wan, I feel like it's pretty well-known fact. Obi-Wan feels like it's his fault that he didn't train Anakin well enough that he fell to the dark side, that he allowed the Council to put Anakin in the situation where he was with Chancellor Palpatine, who ended up being the Sith Lord of, Darth Sidious. The fact
Also,
that
not buying their mother out of slavery. Very important.
that was Qui-Gon's mistake. Obi-Wan was not involved
They,
with that.
they had the money.
They did not.
They could have got it.
They could not have.
Nice.
They literally, they only had it. They only had Republic credits.
How much is this woman worth?
They had zero money.
Look, they have all the money they need. It's called 2 glow sticks for taking this woman.
That'll go over well with the Hutts.
That's not very Jedi of you.
Exactly.
It's very, but they
Suddenly,
got Jedi mind trick.
the moment they do
Also,
that,
that literally goes against all Jedi things.
the moment they do that, the kyber crystals turn from their respective colors to gray, and it's just like, oh no, I've lost the. You strayed from the way.
Nah, Kid Fisto would have done it.
Kid Fisto is a fucking maniac.
Thanks, Kid Fisto. Sad that you died like a bitch.
Anyway, but yeah, it was up until Anakin's response to this that Ian McGregor just grabbed me and be like, look, you like this. This is your Obi-Wan, isn't it? I'm like, yes, it is my Obi-Wan. And then the response.
It's not your fault. You did not do this to me.
I am not. Well, he literally says, I'm not your failure, Obi-Wan.
Oh, are you my success?
Oh, what is I? What do you mean? You didn't kill Anakin Skywalker.
Well, yeah, you're right there.
I did not realize how long that pause was. I
Oh,
did.
you're still waiting.
Now, in a nutshell, it's not the worst. If we take 4 seconds to think back to episode 3,
Gee, that was a lot of
Anakin, what have
episodes.
you become? I am what you made me. 3 episodes later, show written by the same person. You didn't kill Anakin, I did. Which
This is a
fucking
year later.
which
He's had time to think about it.
which fucking one is it?
He had time to think about it.
What do you
We've
mean?
all-
It's been like 2 days.
Yeah.
I changed my mind. Get over it.
Can you imagine that was the conversation after that? Just like, you didn't kill Anakin. I did. What?
Also,
What do
remember,
you mean, bud? I mean, you literally, like...
Also, remember what I said, Kaiser, about my headcanon about these two and their entire history together as people. They are contrarians to each other. Sometimes to the detriment of contrasting your own words that you said to the man, because you're now going to say new words to the man to appear superior.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't not believe that you said that, but I did definitely block that from my mind, because no.
They are contrarian.
They're not,
They
though.
One will say something and almost immediately as a
All right.
response, fuck you.
Pause.
That's
Anakin
it.
and Obi-Wan are almost reflections of each other. They're actually both presented with extremely similar circumstances in a lot of their story.
That's right.
They're not direct contrarians of each other. They have different main modems of philosophy. But a lot of what they do and the indecisions that they come to are actually very similar to each other.
While the motivations behind them are very legitimate and fascinating, my point is that sometimes the words that they decide to use to communicate with each other are also leaning on those reflections. I hate you. You were my brother. I loved you.
You know what always gets me about that scene that I feel like no one else either noticed or everyone disagrees with me?
Let's hear it.
When Obi-Wan says that, I believe that Anakin actually, for the first and only time in that entire interaction, actually has a look of remorse in his eye.
I mean,
We did watch the scene recently when I made this initial "they are being contrarians" comment, and yeah, no, he does have, like, unlike anything else that Anakin does uh in the third movie, he is not taking any pleasure fighting Obi-Wan at all, really. And these more emotional beats of when they're just talking to each other before more light swinging, he he seems very sad about this ordeal. Not as sad as Obi-Wan, who's intentionally wearing like the most frownest of faces, of course.
Sorry, I'm pulling it up because I want to show it on the stream so I can show that I'm right. Either that or not talk about it because I was wrong.
one, yeah, really, it doesn't matter. They're both the same to me.
I think you're right, but
Yeah,
you also
look.
might.
This is the face directly after he says, I loved you.
Give us a second.
Get on the stream. That, whew,
Ooh,
that
how
snot
moist
running
his
down his
lip.
nose. Jesus.
Is all that heat, fire, and the lack of limbs.
Oh, I don't want to hit the next frame because I think that's when the fire starts and it'll activate Anakin's face.
Is he okay? He doesn't look okay.
No, he's not
You
about to be
okay?
okay.
Oh yeah.
Hey, it looks like a cigarette.
But yeah, it.
Like a cigarette.
Also, I have not watched that scene in a long time, but I forgot about the music in that scene, and now I'm sad.
Yeah.
A real,
Ooh.
real, real good job with the scores in these movies. Any Hoosier, we're talking about this though, and all jokes aside, narrative consistency is important. Obviously, characters can change their minds. There's been nothing to indicate that there's been any kind of change in mind or any kind of change of ways of thinking from Darth Vader in any of this. In fact, this entire show is an exercise in them saying that Darth Vader thinks exactly like Anakin Skywalker, but evil. And he, according to this, already was pretty damn evil in comparison to most Jedi.
Give that man a yellow stick.
Give that man the yellow stick. It's got P.
Anyways, continuing with this scene as it's getting later into the evening.
Yes. I did, and then the same way I will destroy you. And Obi-Wan says, then my friend is truly gone.
He just
Sorry,
leaves.
my friend is truly dead. And then, after that, wheezing from Darth Vader, and he says goodbye.
And then the Grand Inquisitor returns. Hello there.
Goodbye, Darth.
Goodbye. It's just so
Hello.
means so much well.
But yeah, he shows up, gives Obi-Wan the Grand Inquisitor pin.
He just look, Obi-Wan just goes back to the ship, gets in, leaves. The destroyer that's still there looks at him leave and it's like, oh, he's leaving. Sir, Lord Vader, should we give chase?
Get me
We're
out
dinner?
of here! Yeah,
Okay.
the Star Destroyer is just gone, and I guess we have to give them the benefit of the doubt and say it's on the other side of the planet. Why the fuck is it on the other side of the planet? Why is it on the outside
Look,
planet from where Darth Vader lived?
look, I'm gonna just give it to them the same way they did it for Game of Thrones. Darth Vader kind of just forgot about the Star Destroyer.
No, we don't use the kind of just forgot technique.
It was there, but out of sight, out of mind. It's gone now.
No,
Lord,
Did you
we're
see
not baby. Yes, I saw it.
it? Where is it? Show
Fuck
me
you,
the
tell
exact scene
me.
where it's in this.
Why did you
Can
forget to
show
put
me
it in there?
Look, Star Destroyers are expensive, man. My budget. We rented it out. We didn't have it all the time. My budget didn't. Well,
Yeah, Reva, cut back to Reva. Obi-Wan has a feeling at first, like, oh my god, Luke is in danger. And so he starts to fly faster, I guess. He kind of
somehow,
just
yeah.
zooms in. Reva uses the Force, pulls Luke off of a little ledge. Obi-Wan jumps to hyperspace.
Which also it is also just showing the fact that each time he does this, I feel like more and more in their own lore, he could have made it.
Yeah.
He could
Reva,
have made it to save those younglings.
no. What do you
Like
mean?
look at these jumps. He's jumping from a unknown planet all the way over to Anakin after a long ass drawn out fight with Darth Vader, being buried alive, throwing rocks at the man, and he gets there in time before Reva even leaves.
That's because these fucking showrunners don't understand the concept of passing time.
So in their own lore, he definitely could have made it back and saved those children.
No. Oh my god. You're doing this just to do the argument. I'm continuing because this doesn't deserve a response.
I ain't doing it for the argument. I'm saying in their lore. Not mine.
In
Like
this
if this was Legends, he wouldn't have made it.
in this solitary episode, not solitary episode, this solitary series idea of how time works, yeah, Obi-Wan could have done it. Obi-Wan could have gotten there before Anakin fought the Jedi Council too,
Mm-hmm.
because time works backwards sometimes,
Sometimes.
and it doesn't make any sense.
Nope.
So we don't need to acknowledge this. We could just point out that it's bad.
Nope.
Time is something we can objectively measure. We don't have to say because someone. We're being shown what happened. We're being shown the steps. We're being shown the sun going up, the sun going down on planets which actively have noted and researchable orbit periods. We know how long a day is on Tatooine. Do I know it off the top of my head? No, but we know how long it is. So we could math out how long that all took.
Mm-hmm.
We also know that it takes time to travel in hyperspace. The fact that any of them get anywhere that they're trying to in the amount of time that it takes them is ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you saying mm-hmm like that?
Because I agree with you. I'm not arguing against you. I'm saying in their own stupid lore, Obi-Wan could have made it. I never said it was smart. I never said it was good. I'm just saying in their own stupid, dumb lore that the way that they're making light speed travel work, Obi-Wan could have made it.
Moving on. So fucking stupid.
It is. It's the same way they did it in Game of Thrones when people took months to get to places and then they teleported there instantaneously. The man was at a party in the north, teleported all the way back down to King's Landing in one day. One day, it takes 3 months.
Mm-hmm. You can
Fucking
when the timelines start to get messed up, that's how you know that the writer has given up. Like they want to be done.
literally on a deserted planet, it finds out that there's a small child with a farmer, gets there before the person who left before me does. In someone's ship, somehow, that has faster than light travel, and get there when the sun rises. What before the Star Destroyer even catches this shuttle with no food on it, it kills the people within.
Moving on so we can actually get through this. Dumpster fucking fire. So Riva has knocked Luke down and he's kind of just he's unconscious. So she pulls out her lightsaber. She's like, I'm gonna kill this kid. Time to murder the kid. And then she has flashbacks of Darth Vader, and she's still got her lightsaber out, and she's walking up to this kid. She's gonna murder the kid. And she thinks about Anakin, and she thinks about herself. Then she thinks about Anakin, and then she thinks about herself. And then she thinks about Luke, and then she thinks about Anakin, and then she sees herself as Anakin. Sorry, as Luke, not as Anakin. And then she's still having flashbacks about Vader now. And now she's definitely cutting into her head with her own lightsaber.
And then she's like, holy shit, I've become the monster that I swore to defeat because I was about to kill a child.
That's right.
What the hell is wrong with me?
Go the full circle. I'm
Now,
glad you
if
came.
only she actually came to that realization instead of being like, did this happen? It's like, duh! Also, Obi-Wan lands, Owen and Beru are just standing out in the desert yelling for Luke. They're confused
Luke,
about where he is. Like, he told him to run in the desert.
Luke, where are you? Are you done with them droids?
Then they look out and they can see, I can see Reva carrying Luke. And all I can think of is the scene with Cad Bane. It's the same fucking planet. Fuck Tatooine, man. We go somewhere else.
Nah.
Why? Just
Why
because
do
there's
we
other desert
keep?
planets.
Why do we
Gotta
keep
be.
going? It doesn't have to be a desert planet.
It. You gotta understand that this is the ideal environment for Luke to be with the Force because the absolute, shall I call it, stress hood of living around so much sand activates his force sensitive genetic gene. Unlike Leia, who lives in, forest, get to frolic among flowers and be a princess and shit. All this sand is what allows Luke to use the force later in the series.
I accidentally stopped the stream again and I figured out what happened.
Oh my.
It's the fact that the start stream button is directly above my change scene button, and I must have accidentally hit it.
No.
But yeah, Riva, it doesn't matter. We have the recording going the whole time. Yeah, Riva's kind of just like, I found the kid.
I ain't
He's
kill him.
alive.
He starts breathing.
Hooray.
Shocked that Owen didn't spit in her face.
I would have shot her.
Try to kill my kid. Kill you.
Luke looks fucking dead. Look at this fucking.
Oh yeah,
Look
he's
at like his sleeping pills. What the fuck?
laid out. That's a 10
Not
out of
that
10
kid,
right
huh?
there, actually.
See, the kid was
Fuck
actually
it.
fine until someone said, "All right, I need one of y'all to actually hit the shit out this kid." And one of the stunt people just
No, it was actually
Luke,
Miss Moses.
and Luke did.
Riva just like spin kicked him right in the face. Sorry, I'm trying to get into character.
Kid, you good? No, perfect. He's knocked out. This is exactly what we wanted. Yo, I start to feel bad now. Nah, don't. This is what we want. He gets paid to get knocked out. What do you mean? I feel like this is child abuse, ain't you, kid?
That's right.
Owen picks up Luke, they back away. They walk out, and this is the point that Obi-Wan should have just fucking executed. Executed her. Riva starts crying. Obi-Wan walks up to her. I couldn't do it. Thank God you couldn't kill a fucking kid. Literally, I failed them.
That's good.
Who the fuck is she talking about? How does not killing a kid fail her dead ass friends?
I think the fact that she didn't kill Anakin is the reason why she failed him. This ain't the right time to be saying it, but yeah, like you had one mission and you just he, he played you. He played you in your mission. It was the boss battle, and it turned out you were still level 1.
You fool.
Like, could you imagine if you played Star Wars: The Force Unleashed? You beat the game, you do all the good stuff, you get to the end, you fight Darth Vader, and he just trashes you. Your whole save file's deleted. You don't get to play anymore.
I failed them. That's when the player, just hand, dropped the controller, looked dead into my hands. I failed them.
Is that just what happens every time you lose to Vader, or do you have to like lose in a certain way for the game to go like, nah, deleted?
Uninstalled.
No. This every time you fight Vader, he just trashes you
But what if you're good at the
and
game?
deletes your save. Even then, he just trashes you. There's nothing you can do because you're fighting Darth Vader. Your save file's deleted, you're dead. Game over.
You have to knock him
That's the
down to
end.
75% health for it not to delete your game, and the game warns you of that, but he's immune to lightsaber damage.
I'm about to say, this man don't even get a health bar.
Or it could be like the most recent, one of the more recent, I think, solo player experience Star Wars games where you literally just run. You can't fight.
Oh
You
yeah.
can't actually fight them. You just run from them every time.
Oh yeah. In the with the Fallen Order, if you try to attack Vader, he just insta kills you in one shot.
No, it's Darth
You
fucking
have
Vader.
to run. Yeah. Luckily, it doesn't delete your game.
Yeah, the only reason why Luke could fight him is because of the fact that he's literally his son, and so he technically doesn't want to kill him, so Darth Vader was actually taking it easy on Luke. And also, you're Luke fucking Skywalker. Trained by fucking Ben Kenobi and Grandmaster Yoda. Anyway, so she does her whole... Am I big... You killed them all and I couldn't do it. And Neo's dad is like, hey, you haven't failed them.
And you did, but I ain't gonna tell you.
By showing him mercy, you have given them peace. You have honored them.
Thanks, man.
Okay. Thanks,
And
Beth.
her
Thanks.
response is, have I become him? No.
You did not kill
You
that
have
child.
chosen not to. Good job.
Yeah. See, he's
Like,
much better.
fair.
He's much better at comforting the singular person than giving out large speeches to a crowd.
Yes, he does also tell her something that, once again, just Ian McGregor having all the best lines in the show. What you become now is up to you.
And what you become now is a side character or someone else's story. I don't know what they're gonna do with her.
I don't know either, but if they come up with a solo show, I'll be honest. No offense to, I can't remember her name is Moses Ingram or Ingram Moses.
Moses. Anyway.
All right, Miss Ingram, fine actor, pretty lady. I have absolutely no desire to see this character do anything anymore.
Never know. You might see her in a bounty hunter show or something. I don't fucking know. Like I have no idea what you're supposed to do with a former Inquisitor.
Have her go against the rest of the Inquisition and lose.
Like they're probably gonna give her a book or something.
Probably. It would only make sense if she finally fucking died at the end, no offense. You've been stabbed in the stomach by Vader to die twice, and you've survived both times.
To be fair, if anything killed her after that, I'm gonna be like, what happened to that? What happened to that strength? Where'd it go? You got stabbed by Vader. Where'd that? Say a lie.
Moving on from
The
that, it's not the end yet. And then
shit.
goes to Mustafar. Darth Vader is talking with Palpatine. Palpatine's like, ha ha ha, Obi-Wan got away from you. And Darth Vader's like, you won't get away from me again. And he's like, I don't know about that, my dude. I think that Kenobi's got your number. And he's like, fuck you.
And then Obi-Wan
He
calls
doesn't.
him.
He says
You
Kenobi
like
means nothing. And then they kind of just look at each other. I think that I can't remember. Yeah, there's nothing important said because then the scene ends and the Imperial March starts to play. Zooms out, and then it's almost over because then they go to Alderaan and it shows Leia getting herself ready and she's got the blaster holster on, and I was like, oh, you know, that's okay. And Lola lives in the holster.
Yeah, once he gives it back to her fixer. That poor little bot got broken like 6 times.
Bail's happy to see that she's, taking care of herself and she's there. Bail being a good dad. And then Obi-Wan shows up and he's got Lola and he goes up to Bail and he gives him a hug and he's like, wow, it's good to see you. And
That's it. Next.
tells him if you ever need my help again, come find me. And that actually literally is it. He goes up to Leia and goes like, you know what, Leia? Princess Leia, you have the qualities of your mother and also some qualities of your dad. And for that, I must kill you. No, he doesn't say that.
Nah.
Says both of her parents were exceptional people, and apparently they bore an exceptional daughter. Gives her a little shoulder pat. And he says, "Don't talk about the fact that we know each other. You've never seen me before." And then he gets on a ship and he leaves. It's literally like 5 minutes. He flew fucking halfway across the goddamn galaxy and be like, "Hey, bye."
And then the Empire came down and arrested Bell Organa for being a rebel sympathizer. With his rebel daughter.
They should have. They don't. Then we come back to Obi-Wan and Tatooine. He's back in his white robes. He's got the
Camel's
little,
okay. That's good.
Yeah, he's got the toy for Anakin. Not Anakin, sorry, Luke. He leaves his little thing. I don't know where he's going, but he's moving out of his house. He goes to the Lars farm. He's got his camel. Not camo. Luke is working on a thing. And
camel.
Obi-Wan tells him that the only protection that Luke needs is Owen and Beru. Tells him to take care of him. I don't know what the fuck his plan was, because he doesn't leave the fucking planet.
He's gonna go to that house he stays at. That's when 9 years he's gonna be an old decrepit man.
He's like, Owen says he'll take care of him. I would show parts of the screen, but for some reason my monitor's balance for the stream is off, and so everything is super bright. Owen asks him if he wants to meet him, and then the thing that the internet went crazy for, where he walks up and he gives him the escort craft, and can you guess what he says to Luke? Yeah, Luke, I was right that time. I immediately assumed I was wrong.
No, you got it.
Give me anything.
It's a line that is the hint is the line he literally has not said this entire time until now.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1.
Hello there.
Hello. It was palpable. Like you just see him strutting. As a child, whenever you see an adult walk with such vigor, you're like, "Oh my God, is he here to kidnap me?" But instead, it's just Ewan McGregor saying, "Hello there."
And they use the same old joke that everyone else is always making. That's when Luke has 2 arms just come out and just says General Kenobi.
That's a great meme. And then the final thing, he's riding on his camel, he's going through the desert, and then all of a sudden Qui-Gon shows up. Took you long
Yo, thanks for
enough.
that help. Now fuck you. You ain't helped me at all. I needed help. I was here the whole time, not helping.
I was always here, Obi-Wan.
Just watching you.
We're just not ready to see.
Yes.
Watching me suffer? Yes, actually.
Come on.
It was hilarious.
Got a ways to go. Disappears.
Also, you really need to find yourself a girlfriend. The Jedi Order's over. You can date now. I'm kind of out of the dating scene for now.
Get back in there.
I'm here. I'm here to give you tips.
No, with that
You
attitude,
didn't have a girlfriend. Oh,
you'll definitely be out of the game with that attitude.
You think you were the only
What
one
was that
flirting with
movie?
Mandalorians while we were there and you were talking about Princess Satine?
Yeah, you thought she ain't have a mom.
How do you know about that?
Maurice. Why do you think you two are left alone so often?
Wingman Liam Neeson.
Really, you were leaving me alone.
Nice, bro. All I can just remember is that dumbass meme of Qui-Gon saying, "Oh, I was there the whole time." It's just ghost him, help, like just doing things.
Oh, that was great. I think I've said it to you twice. Like him in fucking like beach clothes in one of the episodes. It's fucking great. I love it.
It was so stupid, but it was so good.
Oh look, there's O'Shea. O'Shea Jackson Jr. So that is Kenobi. Do we want to talk about our final thoughts and just call it an end here and have Raas rant about the children later?
Yes.
Sure.
I can make my final thoughts quick. Does anyone else want to go first, or shall I?
You can go first.
Mine's
All right.
also very
So, the choreography is trash. The writing is 90% trash. There are like a handful of good scenes. There's no consistency in the dialogue. There's barely any consistency with the characters. The way that people travel around the universe, as we just discussed at length, is just stupid. They've forgotten how goddamn time works. This A lot of the plot points are just entirely contrived. Riva as a character does not make any sense. Obi-Wan, Ben Blicky, like they definitely seem like they were trying to set up for some emotional moments, including him pulling out his lightsaber, but then he kind of just does it. Darth Vader is just there. Like it's kind of hard to mess up Vader, to be perfectly honest. If he shows up and doesn't like talk a lot, you've already done it. There's not being stupid about him.
Kill a couple of random people who definitely don't matter to the story for a little wow, surprise, oh my god, he's killing people factor, but
Yeah. And I there's so many like choreography and character decisions that are made that are just like, why what? Why would you do this? Like the tech system doesn't make any sense. Like I put a chip onto Lola and now she's Red Eyes bad. Red Eyes bad droid. Kinda like Blue Eyes White Dragon.
red eyes, bad dragon.
Yeah, I think that's good enough for me right now.
Maurice, please go.
The best way I could put it, I did not like it. The problems start to show themselves real early when some of the some of the camera work and the cinematography and all the choreograph was when they had a small child run up to a stranger and say, "Where did you come from?" But you ran at him, directly at him. And that was just one of the first signs of trouble. And then the chase scene with the small child was just not even Looney Tunes level of goofy. It was just built wrong. And if you can't even do a simple chase the small child scene, we're trusting you to do other scenes. And they weren't good. Like, as much as I wanted to see Reva fight Darth Vader because, I like plot points. I She started breakdancing halfway in the middle of the fight as if she was moving. And I was like, what's happening here? Why is she so slow? And I don't know, I don't know if it was the actress' fault. I'm gonna say it wasn't because someone had to teach her to do that, and they had to make her do it over and over again. And I know the or stunt double who probably helped with that is not slow. Did other movies where she does fucking fantastic. So I gotta give it up to whoever did the choreograph as a whole because they're just doing what they're told. The plot, I don't. The whole plot, I don't know how Reva knew kidnapping Leia would draw out Obi.
There was something about her finding in the Jedi archives that Bail Organa and Obi-Wan knew each other during the war.
That's it's one of those plans where if everything has to be exactly perfect for it to work. You have to kidnap the daughter. You have to hope Bail Organa is still in contact with Obi-Wan. You have to hope Obi-Wan will actually come to save a 10-year-old instead of Bail Organa sending a fleet of people to him, since he has a military force.
Mm-hmm.
Because remember, he assumed 3 bounty hunters took. Uh, it's overly complicated than it needs to be. To find a man that's on the planet that you went to before the girl was kidnapped.
Mm-hmm.
There's more problems with the stunt choreograph, like Obi-Wan killing 5 guys and then or 4 guys, and then surrendering to 3. Math.
The fact that Obi-Wan utilized a civilian body shield.
Yep.
The best thing that came out of all of this is Ewan McGregor and Hayden Christensen got to hang out again. And
Yeah.
they're really happy about it.
Now,
And I'm assuming a lot of people who like Star Wars got to be a Star Wars. That's cool.
that is always cool.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, before we move on to you, Thomas, Maurice,
Yeah.
running down our normal list, on a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate the setting?
I'd give it a 6. We went to Tatooine, so they lose a lot of points. But the other 2 planets look beautiful. Like set design, whoever did that, it looked pretty good. I like the way the place looked.
Characters?
I kind of gotta give them a 4. Like it's something to say when the character I rooted for the most was Loader.
The okay.
But
Combat.
5.
And finally, the plot.
A banana peel I'm about to slip on
Lord.
because it was tripping me up this whole time. I gotta give it like a 3. It was a lot of everything falling into perfect place. Like fucking each time someone had to do something, everything had to line up perfectly. Reva running across the rooftop, landing, and then happening to run into the one person who sent Obi-Wan into a certain location. What if he just didn't go that way? She didn't know. What if she just insta killed him? She didn't know. So she got lucky to get this information. I don't even know how the Grand Inquisitor followed her. He was never on screen. So I don't know how he. Uh, everything was just either pure luck that everything fell into place, all to kill Darth Vader. Where I don't know what made you think 10 years was enough training from Darth Vader to defeat Darth Vader.
Would you guys like to know how I scored it?
Yes, please.
0, -2.
2 in setting, because Tatooine gets you negative points for me. I did not like the set design for the other planets. The urban world felt like it was less than a city. 2 for the characters, as I said, they're all abysmal. It only got a 2 because of the fact there were a couple of scenes where Ian McGregor pulled me back in. Combat, 1. That shit was awful. Enough said. Plot, 1. You made me watch a 10-year-old successfully escape a Jedi and 3 fully grown adults who were being stopped by trees and their inability to grab. And then you had about every contrivance possible, such as Reva just happening to have a thing to put on the droid, which then hacked the other thing, which then was found and still took 10 minutes, enough time for the friend to die, for her to agree to, just let him go. The fact that she happened to, I already went over the whole Owen and Tatooine stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, so my average score is a 1.5. Maurice, your average is a 4.5. Thomas, your turn.
Sub dogs. mm, 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 mm. Part of what is a little frustrating when watching a series like this is that there are a lot of then this happened, I believe is the concept that I'm trying to refer to. For instance, Obi-Wan making his way to Urban Planet, finding dude who was parading as a Jedi for his black market services. I'll call it black market services for lack of a better term. Obi-Wan talks to him, gets information that he wholeheartedly distrusts, but goes off of it. It's the only lead that he got. It sends him to Desert Planet to meet with contacts that is set up for him by Black Market guy. But there's no explainable reason why there was no one there at the rendezvous point. It's just they get to the rendezvous point and then no one's there. What do our characters do now? This is just one particular example of many times in the series where nothing feels like it flows as a result of consequence. After all, this is supposed to be a character conflict driven story, namely with a particular major character doing all of the hunting she can to try to facilitate conflict. Maybe I have not watched and played and experienced enough Star Wars, but I wasn't that impressed by either Alderaan or Urban Planet, which name escapes me right now. A lot of the set design, maybe except for the Inquisitor base, as just shiny, obtuse and ominous structure in the middle of the ocean. It's kind of nice, and the particular scene that immediately juxtaposed by the beauty of the underwater oceanic life. More things like that, and I'm sure other examples I could find were definitely notable for me. Overall, I had a better time making fun of it than actually appreciating what could have been a really poignant story of actual survivor's guilt, as our two main characters are survivors of the most important thing to happen in Star Wars since the invention of lightsabers. I exaggerate, but you know what I mean, hopefully. I've said this when we were watching the show, and I will reiterate it now. This story could have 100% worked without Vader physically being present. I think it's a great character. It's a great that again McGregor and uh oh, pardon me, you just said my actor's name
Hayden
repeatedly.
Christensen.
Hayden is a great that they got to meet again. Could have done it at any other time. Not here. Not the way these actors were used to play these characters. I didn't meet Vader. We already know that Vader exists in the Star Wars universe. What kind of person would be watching Star Wars and not know who the heck, their Mickey Mouse is? This man isn't goddamn Soul Calibur 4. We know what Vader is. We have an idea of what he's about and his influence on various characters in the story. When he shows up, he does nothing but acts. He does nothing but look scary and then does nothing of scary contribution to the story. That's it. Now go into the scores. List
Yeah.
off the categories for me.
The first category is, on a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate this setting?
Yeah, I already said. I was only visually impressed by maybe two things, so it's gonna get a 2, one for each point.
The next category is characters.
Already mentioned that before. Uh, no one impresses me at all. That's a 0.
The next category is combat.
this is something that you have much more of an eye for than myself. I can at least tell that they're not uh slap fighting each other, to use a metaphor of how light they would treat the combat. It's not elegant, much like we see it from the prequel series, and of course we've already touched on that. There are multiple choreographers at work, just even for individual characters. All of this is blah 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 copium for like Thomas. You don't know what good combat looks like, even if somebody kung fu'd you right in the jaw. It's like a 4.
And then finally, the plot.
That's a nope for me, man. Um, probably. No, I got nothing. Just a 0.
6040. That gives you a total of 6 out of 10 for a average score of 1.5.
I'm sorry. What did you say my first category number was? Because I'm pretty sure I said 2. Yeah. Cool.
2040. Did I say it the first time? I don't remember anymore, but I think I did.
I thought I heard 6, but I'm glad I am mistaken.
Yeah, the total was 6. But
I got nothing out of this.
I get nothing. I was pretty sure I wouldn't gain anything other than sadness. On the plus side, it's a dull pain and not an acute one.
It's obtuse pain. So 110-degree angle pain.
I didn't get it wasn't Last Jedi pain.
True. I will. No, even as I was giving out these numbers, I am intentionally being a little more critical than I usually am. It is just that for the first time in a while, I have been unimpressed by something that's come out of Star Wars. Even some of the worst stuff, like The Last Jedi, I think had even like visual elements that I was truly impressed by. Uh, but none such thing here, since a TV show budget is wildly different than a movie budget.
Fucking
in,
just showing up.
in that particular, in this particular comparison of the two mediums.
But I have nothing else to say.
Yeah.
You guys have anything else before we sign off?
I'm tapped out.
Maurice?
I'm just disappointed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like a parent, but this time with an adopted child, and the child still, after all the times you've tried to.
More like a stepchild, because I feel like I'm an actual parent.
And after all the times you tried to instill what you believe is good morals.
Yeah.
In your face. Sometimes quite literally.
I will take this as a learning experience of things I don't want to do.
Yeah.
And it's the only way we can take this.
Things to avoid. All of this.
Yeah. But I think that's it for us for the night. So I bid you guys, the video and the stream, good night and good fight.
Good night and good fight.
It's been fun.
Bye.
Be the last.
Goodbye.